singiwa etimbitani ta vutivi a sekiwa hi galazara vutshila loko ri mina ntombi ya mutonga n'wa xambula makutlo wa madyavu la ri la tsundzuka n'wana hi ku heta ndzi ku hluvulela xihuku ndzi ri kula u ringana na ndlopfu halala Aldrin Sampear halala.
Aldrin Sampear on Beyond the Headline.
It is 8 minutes after 3 o'clock. Good afternoon and welcome to Beyond the Headline with me, Aldrin Sampear. Thank you so much for choosing us this afternoon. We're with you from now up until 6 o'clock. Coming up on the show, we start off with the policy conference of the IFP, which has started in KZN Mpangeni. So we'll be speaking to the spokesperson of the IFP, Mkhuleko Hlengwa, to speak about the policy conference that is coming up. I think it has been postponed twice now already, but the conference is now underway, and also some of the proposals that the delegates will be deliberating on as they look ahead to the 2024 elections, because this policy conference will also inform what will be on the manifesto of the IFP as they contest the general elections next year, 2024. Also on the show this afternoon, we speak to Dr. Chido Chasenyere from the Institute for Pan-African Thought and Conversation at the University of Johannesburg, as the United Nations officially ended its 10-year peacekeeping mission in Mali after the country's ruling junta demanded the departure of the mission, accusing it of having failed to stabilize the country. Could this be something that we see, for instance, also the ripple effect of it? We remember even with the DRC as well, and the concerns that have been raised there with the peacekeeping mission there, and some of the troops that have already pulled out. So we'll be speaking to Dr. Chido Chasenyere, who is from the Institute for Pan-African Thought and Conversation at the University of Johannesburg. Also on the show this afternoon, we speak to Suzette Little, who's a Good Party caucus leader in the city of Cape Town. A new outdoor advertising signage bylaw that has been met with a mixed reaction. So we'll be speaking to Suzette Little about that, what some of the concerns are about this new signage bylaw that has come into effect in the city of Cape Town. So that conversation coming up a bit later on. And then at 4:20, we speak to Mark Hayward, member of Change Starts Now. So yesterday you may have heard the interview that Stephen Grootes had with the leader of Change Starts Now, that is Roger Jardine, and the movement, as he says, right now it is only a movement. It's not a political party as yet, but the intention is to register to become a political party that will contest the local government elections. The sense that I got from that interview with Stephen is that they're not joining politics for an outright win or outright majority win. Some people may just say that it would be foolish to think that you can launch a political party now, a couple of months before the elections, and then think that you'll win an outright majority. However, though, they speak about coalitions and participating in coalitions. Perhaps also their expectation is that at a national level we could find the ANC being pushed below the 50% mark, and the possibility of having a coalition at a national level. There is already the multi-party pact. Remember the multi-party pact, and the question is, with this political party, once they are registered, Change Starts Now, form part of the multi-party charter, which of course has the likes of the IFP rather, as well as the Democratic Alliance and Freedom Front Plus. So that conversation coming up with Mark Hayward at around 4:20. And then also on the show this afternoon, the Minister of Electricity, Josiento Ramahuba, speaking again about the commissioning of the 2,500 megawatts of nuclear. And this announcement, of course, follows that of the Minister of Mineral Resources in May during his budget speech vote, where he spoke about the procurement of the 2,500 megawatts of nuclear power. So we'll be in conversation with Princess Mdombeni, who's the founder of Africa for Nuclear, to speak about that. So those are some of the stories that we have on the agenda this afternoon. Anything else that you'd like to place on the agenda on 0614-104107. You can also drop me an X at Aldrin Sampear, and our studio line is 086 000 2032.
The only talk radio afternoon drive show that makes sense. Beyond the Headline with Aldrin Sampear, right here on SAFM.
We speak to Mkhuleko Hlengwa next, the national spokesperson for Inkatha Freedom Party, the IFP. So its president, Velinkosi Hlabisa, says the party's policies must evolve with time. He was speaking at the opening of the IFP's policy conference that is currently underway in Empangeni on the north coast of KwaZulu-Natal. The IFP has held a policy conference, the last policy conference in 2008. Hlabisa has urged the delegates to be robust in engaging on the party's policy proposals. Mkhuleko Hlengwa now joining us on the line. Mkhuleko, good afternoon. Thank you so much for making time for us.
And that's a pleasure, Aldrin. Good afternoon to you and the listeners.
What does the evolution of the IFP policies look like, and what is it that the IFP would want to achieve with the evolution of those policies?
Well, the socio-economic challenges which are confronting South Africans are markedly very different from when the last time we met. And I just want to correct that the policy conference has not been postponed twice, as you stated in the intro. What happened was that in 2008, a policy conference was held, and a decision was subsequently taken by the National Council and Conference that policy reviews would become the prerogative of the National Campaign Committee. These reviews have subsequently taken place every 2 years and with a particular focus every time it's an election year to make sure that we are up to date. So what we are currently doing now is a comprehensive policy review ahead of 2024 following the normalization of the party and the structures after the challenges that the party had, including but not limited to the splits. So we are quite confident that the structures of the party are in place, mobilization is taking place, and there has been a lot of work put into this policy review over the past 18 months. So what we are wanting to respond to now is what is currently taking place in South Africa with interventions which are going to be pragmatic and interventions that are going to deliver results in terms of service delivery for South Africans. So the President's clarion call this morning is to say then, let us broaden the horizons of our own thinking to ensure that the party is able to come out of this policy conference with a comprehensive package for South Africans, because the manifesto of the IFP is going to be launched in March 2024, and so these policies need to inform the direction then that the party is taking. There are 7 work streams of the policy review process, and as we speak now, commissions are underway, and they are considering now the reports from structures on the basis of the draft documents. And we are hoping that later on this evening we would have completed the discussions amongst the commissions, because tomorrow each commission will be reporting to plenary on the outcomes.
What would you say is on one of the top priority policies that are being deliberated on by the delegates, that you could say that once the IFP comes out with this policy proposition, it may be the one that could really rattle some feathers within the political system and also be a disruptor?
Well, we're not looking at the policy review process in that way in terms of catching headlines. We need practical interventions, and so the governance clusters are looking at the issue of stabilizing governance, accountability, consequence management, pushing back on the frontiers of corruption. If you're looking at the policy discussions in the education, in the social services cluster, which includes education and healthcare, it's also about ensuring access. It's about the devolution of power insofar as the issue of law enforcement is concerned, to ensure that provinces are empowered to be able to take decisions in terms of crime fighting. It's about corruption courts and ensuring that there's further strength given to institutions like the SIU and the Special Tribunal to ensure that there's a quick turnaround time crime. It's about stabilizing governance, and it's also about unlocking the bottlenecks which are there in the value chain or ecosystem of service delivery. It's also about looking at funding mechanisms for municipalities and reviewing issues around the budgeting model which is at play. So all in all, it's across the spectrum. I was listening in earlier on the governance commission, and there were speaking around issues of amendments to the Constitution of Chapter 7 and 12 to ensure that there's synchronization in the work of traditional leadership and municipalities to provide clarity on powers, functions, and responsibilities. Home Affairs portfolio is looking at the issues of border security and ensuring that amongst others, the issue of foreign nationals is addressed, prioritizing South Africans. There's a major push in the discussions for putting South Africans first and ensuring that the Home Affairs responds to the daily realities of people. So it's a cross-cutting, interface of issues that are being dealt with here, and the draft documents have provided a basis for the review. What we are confident of is that we're going to come out with a value proposition to South Africans that is going to speak of a party that is responding to their challenges and taking them along. What we want is economic growth, economic development. The issue of jobs, very important. The youth were pushing very hard in their own extended national council this weekend. I'm sure it will come out in plenary to ensure that there's youth representation, but also ensuring that youth development takes center stage in the national discourse.
Yeah, and speaking about the youth, one thing that they had spoken out about was the multi-party charter. The president touched a bit on that, saying that the IFP has entered into the multi-party charter for South Africa, but remain autonomous. Is the multi-party charter anything that will be placed before the delegates to decide on whether the IFP continues being part of the multi-party charter? And with that also, has Roger Jardine approached the multi-party charter from your knowledge so that Change Starts Now can join?
Look, whatever it is that he's doing is his own prerogative, but what must be clarified in the public discourse is that the multi-party is not a political party and therefore is not going to be contesting elections. But it's a coming of minds on how to structure coalition governments in the eventuality that they do arise. So my mother, who was a nurse, used to say prevention is better than cure. So it's a proactive action step, given the short turnaround time there is to form a government after any election. The IFP is contesting these elections as the IFP. Will be presenting IFP policies, presenting an IFP manifesto. We have not been approached by Mr. Jardine nor his people, and we have got no intention as the IFP of backing another presidential candidate, because that would be tantamount to putting the cart before the horse. One, he doesn't have a political party, a political platform, therefore, in which political party will be contesting from. The issue of positions really need to stop in the preoccupation of contesting these elections. We need to first contest the elections and come out of the elections with the result, which will be a pointer in terms of how governance will be structured. So the IFP will not be drawn into this speculation. And if Mr. Jardine wants to contest elections, then he should do so like everybody else on the prescribed constitutional and electoral avenues that are available. But we're not going to be backing a sponsored candidate. We are the IFP, and we are going to be contesting the elections as such.
A quick final one. The development yesterday out of the North Gauteng High Court, setting aside the recognition of King Misizulu, but the recognition by the president, the recognition certificate by the president, and that particular decision. From the IFP's point of view, considering that KZN is also a strong constituency for the party, do you think that this could lead to some level of instability within the region where you are targeting to win over votes?
There should be no reason for there to be instability. We fundamentally believe that the royal family is competent to resolve this matter and deal with it in the manner that requires intervention and along the lines in which the court has said. And secondly, there is no dispute that the king is on the throne. What is being asked to be reviewed is the process upon which it happened. We fundamentally believe that the traditional prime minister of the Zulu nation and monarch Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi handled the matters correctly and in a manner which was consistent with Zulu traditional customary law. And also there's other considerations that have to be made insofar as the constitutionality of the Traditional Leadership and Consent Act, which the Constitutional Court has said was also unconstitutional because Parliament had failed on the on consultative and participation processes. So it's a very complex and difficult matter, but one which we do not believe will lead to any instability. It's getting around the legalities of it and bringing this matter to a logical conclusion, and we've got full confidence in the royal family and His Majesty the King to deal with the matter.
Thank you so much for your time. Kulego Hlengwe is the national
Aldrin.
spokesperson of the IFP at the policy conference.
The Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies invites interested individuals and stakeholders to submit written comments on the SABC bill. The bill seeks to repeal the Broadcasting Act of 1999 to regulate the continued existence of the SABC, to provide its governance, to amend the ICASA Act of 2000 and the Electronic Communications Act of 2005. For more information, contact the Portfolio Committee of Communications and Digital Technologies by emailing sabcbill@parliament.gov.za, directed to Hanjiera Sali. #SAFMBTH
0614-104-107. You can also drop me an X at Aldrin Sampear. Our studio line is 086-000-2032. And remember that we are also streaming live on YouTube as well as on Facebook. That's where you can follow what we're doing in Studio Live. We're also taking your comments from those platforms as well. We're in conversation next with Dr. Chido Chasenyere from the Institute for Pan-African Thought and Conversation at the University of Johannesburg. So the United Nations has officially ended its 10-year peacekeeping mission in Mali after the country's ruling junta demanded that the departure of the mission, accusing it of having failed to stabilize the country. Following this development, there are growing concerns that the United Nations peacekeeping operations are increasingly becoming unwelcome in parts of the continent where most of the missions operate. For an example, in September, Congo requested the withdrawal of the United Nations mission, trying to contain violence in the country. For more on the story, we speak to Dr. Nyere. Dr. Nyere, good afternoon. Thank you so much for making time for us. What do you think informs this level of discontent with the missions that are being led by the United Nations, and also considering that these missions are missions that are populated by soldiers and troops from different countries that agree to be part of the mission?
Good afternoon, Aldrin, and good afternoon to your listeners. So what I make of it, there is always discontent when it comes to interventions that are foreign. So at the heart of this intervention, we can deduce that it is a foreign intervention. Now, we need to qualify that by foreign intervention because the UN, by the way, it is recognized globally. However, the constituents of that army or of that mission become problematic because we have seen, particularly in Mali. So maybe let's give a bit of context. So the recusal of this UN mission in Mali follows at the backdrop of the French mission that has also left Mali. Now, a lot of analysis has come out, and part of what has been critiqued, particularly on Mali, is the fact that in terms of the interventions that they've enlisted, by the way, the French intervention, it was the Malian authorities that requested for it. Of course, they also requested for this UN intervention. But let us remember that when they requested, it was still under civil rule and not necessarily the junta that has now usurped power for the second time. So there are those nuances that should be distinguished. But at the end of the day, it remains that these interventions are not organic and therefore they remain foreign. So there will always be that suspicion in terms of the motives of these forces that operate within Mali in this case.
Does that also then apply to the Wagner group? Because after all, they're also a foreign group.
That's true. So we have already isolated the French army that has failed in its mission. There is also the Russian Wagner group. Now, it's interesting because we know they are there. although both ends, in terms of the Russian authorities and the Malian army, they deny the involvement of the Russian Wagner group in terms of the conflict. But we know they will not come out clean and state their interests. However, they are involved. And this complicates the conflict, because then again we are wondering who exactly is involved in this conflict, and to whose benefit are all these foreign interventions coming in. So, of course, the Russian group here is not isolated from understanding the dynamics that come with foreign intervention. They are foreign.
They are foreign. So where do we see this one end? Is it the junta saying that we need the support of the Wagner group? And what assurance do we have from the Wagner group that their intervention in Mali, as well as in some other West African countries, is just at a level of just helping with the peacekeeping, if that is the intention behind it? Because the previous leader of the Wagner group, Prigozhin, we know that he was also into mining. And he used the Wagner group to get into mining.
Exactly. This is part of the problem of enlisting foreign groups to resolve an internal conflict. I say internal in terms of Africa. This is part of the problem, because these people that come to intervene, of course, they may benefit the Malian government or the Malian authorities, as it were, to some degree, but they are there to protect their own interests. So I wouldn't personally, according to my reading, I wouldn't support the enlisting of any foreign group in terms of this conflict. What the Malian authorities could actually look into is to enlist the help of ECOWAS, the sub-regional group. Now, I know they've been kicked out of ECOWAS because particularly of this coup. However, there is need for returning to normalcy in terms of mending those relations. And ECOWAS may actually have a better hand at dealing with insurgency, because they have shown some levels of success. Part of the protracted conflict in Mali is that these rebels, the so-called rebels, they are not operating from one specific point. They are not even operating from one country, right? They have operated from Burkina Faso. They've also operated from all these other countries that share the colonial borders with Mali, Niger included. And we know in terms of Niger and Burkina Faso, they've had coups themselves. Yep. So it is a group that is very difficult to unrest unless you attack this from a regional perspective, so that ECOWAS, as a muscle that can really be listened to by ECOWAS states, it has a better hand at dealing with this. It is an African institution that is better prepared to deal with African problems. That's the first one.
Okay. Unfortunately, we've run out of time, Dr. Chirochas. Apologies, Dr. Chirochas Nyeredef from the Institute for Pan-African Thought and Conversation at the University of Johannesburg. It's a minute after 3:30. Time for the news headlines with Mudupi Makhalimela. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Aldrin. In your headlines, Asawa, the Constitutional Court has found that parts of the Refugee Act infringe on the basic human rights of asylum seekers. AmaZulu King Misuzulu Gazwelithini says in a statement that he has taken note of the ruling by the High Court in Pretoria that set aside President Cyril Ramaphosa's decision to recognize him as the Zulu monarch. And Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has rebuked Republicans in the U.S. Congress for stopping a package of military aid submitted by President Joe Biden. Details coming up 4 o'clock.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Very good afternoon. In Joburg, a collision on the M1 South just by the Ravonia exit. So traffic heading towards Four Ways is already backlogging into the Buccleuch interchange. That's quite a heavy queue. Some roadworks coming out of Sandton on William Mandela, just up by Pizza Place. So there's some unusual queues there. And some traffic light outages along Grayston Drive as you leave Sandton towards Catherine Street. So that's very slow coming out of the central Sandton area. If you're driving into Durban from King Shaka International, there is a backlog to work through between the Mhlanga and the Komashu Highway exit through the roadworks. There has been a crash there. It's only just been cleared, so that traffic backlog should start to move on, but it is quite an impressive queue. And Cape Town today, some roadworks on Yip de Jager. They're not new. They've been there forever. Durbanville area, Deur de Kraal, but it's been really slow going, unusually slow both ways through that section today. And some roadworks just on the northern side of Hout Bay, causing some delays on the Hout Bay main road. It's a lot easier than it was earlier today, if you got caught up in that, around Constantianek, with the works just outside, just north of Hout Bay. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
This is SAFM Sports with Doming Kapele.
She's back. Welcome back.
Thank you.
We are Lova.
Don't do that.
Ulova ngo
I
December.
don't do that to you when you love her. And it's December, it's allowed.
No. Okay, I take it back. Ulova. Tell us about Norma Plummer stepping down from the Proteas netball team.
Yeah, well, her time with the Spa Proteas has officially come to an end. The Australian mentor first took up the coaching post back in 2015, and she led South Africa to the top 4 of the Netball World Cup finish for the first time in 25 years during the 2019 edition of the global competition. Plummer, along with her assistant Nicole Cusack, bow out after the 3-test match with England, and this has been their second stint with the national team after making a comeback in 2022 November to lead the Proteas in the Quad Series and the World Cup in Cape Town. Still staying with netball, Netball Australia's chief executive resigned today after a protracted contract dispute that allegedly left unpaid players sleeping in their cars. Australia are netball world champions, but the sport in the country is is in financial issues after struggling to lure major sponsors and losing government funding. Union officials in November said that players in the domestic Super Netball competition had not been paid for 2 months, and the result of a long-running contraction dispute with the Netball Australia. Although an agreement was eventually hammered out earlier this month, Netball Australia Chief Executive Kelly Ryan on today said that the timing felt right to hand over the reins. Then in boxing, the newly appointed Boxing South Africa board will not take office as scheduled today because of legal action by a group of promoters. The state attorney said in a letter yesterday that the new board would not assume duties today, pending the finalization of the matter brought by the National Professionalization Boxing Promoters Association. Now, the MPBPA, chaired by East London-based Ayanda Matiti, said in a recent statement that the association was not consulted by the minister before he announced the new executive late last month. Then in football, Ivory Coast unveiled new sports and road infrastructure this month, including several new and upgraded stadiums in preparation for the Africa Cup of Nations. This addresses earlier criticisms about its insufficient facilities after a first-time host of the tournament. The government was built 4 new stadiums and renovated 2 in major cities, including economic hub Abidjan, with an investment surpassing $1 billion. Improvements include new highways and updated accommodation facilities to manage the influx of fans with 24 participating countries, and authorities hope that the project will establish the country as a regional hub for major events after the tournament is over. Others have cautioned a need for ongoing maintenance to prevent the facilities from failing into despair, and a common issue into other countries post-major events. Elsewhere, one more time, 2 of the game's great will share the field when Inter Miami and Lionel Messi face Cristiano Ronaldo's Al Nassr in February. They'll face each other as part of the Riyadh Season Cup. This is the first time that Inter Miami began or has been part of an international preseason tour, and they'll be played on the 1st of February, with Miami also facing Hala. Then Messi and Ronaldo have faced each other 35 times, and Messi has won 16 times and Ronaldo 10 times. With that said, it's a wrap from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour. For SAFM Sport, I'm Doming Kapele.
SAFM Sunrise with Stephen Grootes.
The gas that will be used now, obviously, what we all want if we're going to have a gas industry is that the gas would come from South Africa, but that will take some time to happen. Is that gas going to come from Russia?
I think you don't understand what work is going to happen, and you also don't understand the sea conditions at PetroSA make it extremely difficult to be able to park even an FSRU and discharge into PetroSA facilities.
So is Gazprom Bank expected to supply gas in any way?
That is not in the scope right now.
But will they in the future?
I cannot speak about the future. I don't have a crystal ball.
Sasako Magadla is the Chief Operating Officer of PetroSA.
SAFM Sunrise with Stephen Grootes, 6 to 9 a.m. You are listening to Aldrin Sampear on SAFM.
It's 22 minutes now before 4 o'clock. We're taking your voice notes on 0614-104107. You can also drop me an X at Aldrin Sampear and comments on our Facebook as well as our YouTube pages where we're streaming live from. In the next short while, we'll be in conversation with Suzette Little, who is the Good Party caucus leader in the city of Cape Town. They are protesting against the new signage bylaws in Cape Town, and they say that the bylaws have come into effect because of the display of Palestinian flags and signs as well that are in support of the people of Palestine, which the city has denied. So we're speaking to Suzette Little, who is from the Good Party. And then also we look at the festive season safety campaign for the police. We'll be speaking to Atlanta Mate, who is the spokesperson for the police at the South African Police Service. She's the national spokesperson, Brigadier Atlanta Mate. She'll be joining us at 10 to 4. 0614-104107. Your ex at Aldrin Sampear, and our studio line is 086 000 2032.
Hello, Aldrin. Voice speaking, Aldrin. I am so angry. I'm just thinking about really what was the reason for Gede to be sacked. Was it the arms deal? Was it the nuclear deal? Was it Nkandla? I'm trying to recall because it seems like most of us now have amnesia. Now that everybody is singing praises about what Mandamela is going to implement with the nuclear deal. It's quite fascinating how some South Africans can really forget while they are sitting in the dark. And that darkness could have been dealt with many months ago when former President Zuma proposed the nuclear deal, and especially the opposition and the DA was so against it. Now that the minister has announced, nobody's saying anything. Yeah. Clap once. This is Tippis.
Yeah, Tepi. So remember also, though, it was the courts that set aside the nuclear deal. One of the major issues that came out of the court process was around the process that had been followed by government, and also the issue around public comment. However, though, as I was saying earlier to Bridget, I remember speaking to Brian Molefe, who was the CEO of Eskom, and he had said that the proposal was not to go in whap, and then we go in all nuclear and get the 9.4 gigawatts and secure the 9.4 gigawatts of nuclear. But it was going to be on a staggered approach. The staggered approach that we are currently following now with the RIP 2019. But anyway, we'll be dealing with that conversation a bit later on. 0614-104107.
Good afternoon, Aldrin, and your entire production team. This is Flores from the Western Cape. Aldrin, first and foremost, condolences to Zahara's family and friends. A soul gone too soon. Whenever I hear the name Zahara, I immediately think of Loliwe. Yeah, that song I always enjoy listening to. A soul gone too soon. Rest in peace, sister. And yeah, may the angels surround you, and may you entertain them with your beautiful voice. I think God is one angel richer. Have a good show. Bye-bye.
Well, yes, condolences to the friends, fans, and family of Zahara. The news was confirmed in the early hours of the morning, but already like late into the evening last night, there was already some news that was trickling in that Zahara has passed on, but the confirmation coming out in the early hours of the morning. Remember last month as well, the family had issued a statement that she had been admitted to hospital and seemingly also refuting the claims that it was because of her reported abuse of alcohol. But her death has also brought about another conversation, and that is the business of music. The business of music, and do artists understand the contracts that they sign with their record labels once they get the opportunity, once they're being told that, listen, we really love your voice, we really love your talent, and we want to give you a contract. Do they really understand the contracts that they go into? A different question is also about the monies that, or the percentage that is being taken by the record labels, and whether or not that is fair. Somebody posted a breakdown of what they said Zahara was earning, and all the money that she had made from her debut album, around 20 million rand that she had made from that album. Sony was taking 75%, and then TS Records was taking the remaining 25%, and then from that Zahara would get a 10%. But is 75% fair? Is 75% fair? With that said also, what about the risk that the company takes? Because the record label is also taking a risk on the artist to say we're going to invest in you, we are going to get you the publicist, make sure that you have all the distributing channels and so forth, and make sure that your name is out there and your music becomes popular. It is a risk because there is money involved. It's a risk that the company could actually not make that particular money back. So what's your take on it when it comes to the deals that artists go into with record labels? 0614-104-107. You can also drop me an X at Aldrin Sampear, and our studio line is 086-000-2032.
#SAFMBTH.
So we look at the City of Cape Town's new outdoor advertising and signage bylaw that has been met with a mixed reaction. According to Suzette Little from the Good Party, this new bylaw makes it illegal for members of the public to display Palestinian flags and signs. Suzette Little now joining us on the line. Suzette, good afternoon. Thank you so much for making time for us. Why do you think the target here is people who are in support of Palestine or Palestinians?
Okay, good afternoon, and thank you so much for inviting me on your session. The reason that I made this statement was that this outdoor advertising bylaw had gone for public participation in 2021 prior to the local elections. This law did not, or this bylaw did not come before council. Yet, after the incident on the 25th and 26th of November, where families in the Boer camp were threatened with a fine because of Palestinian signage or mural on their wall. Now, the city claims that they didn't find this particular family, and rightly so, because the law had not yet gone through council. But Monday morning, this bylaw was presented to councillors as an item that was going to go before council on the 7th of December. And we found that it was very interesting that this particular bylaw had specifics in it that said things that were exempt. There are 9 items that are exempt, but number 7, which is national flags hoisted on suitable flagpoles, provided that no commercial advertising is added to either the pole or the design of the flag. Number 8 is murals and artwork which do not advertise or are not signs in themselves and which are approved in terms of the city's public artwork permitting system. Now, it is quite interesting that number 8, this mural artwork, had raised an issue and that people were there to be fined in terms of this mural or items that were prohibited. Mm-hmm. Now, also prohibited are walking advertisements, walking sandwich boards pertaining to advertising and handheld signs. So our question is, when were these actually put in? Because nobody has seen this bylaw. We've also experienced how bylaws have been implemented before in the city of Cape Town. One of which is a noise bylaw, which says that the call to prayer and church bells and worship is a noise. We've seen how the city of Cape Town has also fined the mosques in Cape Town for their call to prayer. We've also seen not so long ago how they implemented the taxi bylaw, which caused the loss of life. Now, it is interesting that now that the issue of Palestine is on the forefront, families are now targeted in terms of this bylaw that tells you you must have your murals approved prior to putting it on your wall.
But Suzette, isn't that the graffiti bylaw is from 2010?
Correct.
So
you are so right. But the graffiti bylaw, if implemented, every member that has got graffiti on their wall should have been fined. Why particular this family?
Okay, but first of all, we admit, or there is consensus that the graffiti bylaw has always been there. It's nothing new. It's been there since 2010. So your issue is more around this particular family, that you believe the family is being targeted because there are other artists that have murals on walls. Could it be that perhaps that they have been granted the permission?
This is definitely not permitted, because if you go onto the Cape Flats, everybody has painted their walls. Everybody on the Cape Flats has placed some sort of mural on their wall, and they most certainly do not have permission. So why have they not been fined or given a compliance notice? Mm-hmm. We see graffiti all over the show. It says that the owners of the property has a certain period with which to remove that graffiti. So can the city then, if it is in terms of this graffiti bylaw, provide evidence that each and every person with graffiti on their walls have been fined?
Okay, so we have the statement that was issued by J.P. Smith, and J.P. Smith responding saying that this is misinformation. We have tried to reach out to him. He sent us to the deputy mayor, and the deputy mayor is not responding. But he's saying that this is all misinformation. And as I've indicated as well, the argument that some of the laws had been there even before this particular issue in relation to what's happening between Israel as well as Hamas. So this is nothing new. It seems to me the point that keeps on coming back, even the bylaws that you are saying were tabled earlier this week, is bylaws from 2021, the proposals at least.
Bylaws are there. We've got a number of bylaws. It's the manner in which it is implemented that causes the problem.
Okay, what's your next step then as the Good Party?
As the Good Party, the bylaw has already been sent through to our legal department. We have asked for the bylaw to go out for public participation again, because there is 800 pages of comments, but not one comment is coming from our communities to state how they feel, because they're not even aware that this bylaw had gone for public participation. As norm, the city advertises these things in newspapers where our local communities do not have the opportunity to read and to know what is happening. And neither do the councillors that's responsible for these wards actually make the effort to let their people know that these bylaws are coming out.
Thank you so much for your time, Suzette Little. There is the caucus leader of the Good Party in the city of Cape Town.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide, leading the conversation.
Good afternoon, Aldrin Sampear. This is Nan Labana from Umzimkoloni. On this issue of Zahala, 75% is too much. Yes, I know there are risks where the promoters are taking, but 75%, it's huge. No, it's not fair. It's not fair.
And by the way, the reason that I brought up that breakdown as well is because Toya Delezi, you may remember her, one of the artists here in South Africa, but I think she's now moved to the UK. Toya Delezi responded to that particular tweet and said that was her exact contract. It was exactly like this. So meaning that there are artists out there that actually have contracts where the record label will be taking 75% of the revenue that is made. 0614-104-107. You can also drop me an X at Aldrin Sampear, and our studio line is 086 000 2032.
Aldrin, you are right. When people don't understand the intricacies of the business, it's very difficult to see and understand why recording label takes so much. Remember, they invest in the CD making, production, transportation, sales, and everywhere. The shops floor where the CDs are sold is paid by them. So how much money do they spend and invest on? It's a lot of money. And if the CDs are not sold, are not bought, who loses? Them a lot of money in that investment. You see, sometimes I say a singer is just like a person in the tiller of the business shop, right? When the money passes through their hands, they think they're making that profit, but they forget about the manufacturer, the transportation, the floor, the businesses, security, everybody who works in that shop. Gordon Polokwane.
#SAFMBTH.
Let's speak to Brigadier Aldrin Sampear, who is the spokesperson for the police. As the festive season approaches, we look at the SAPS festive season safety plan that is aimed at ensuring that the police get a grip on serious and violent crime in the country. As part of this plan, SAPS will deploy 10,000 new police officers to ensure a safe holiday period. Aldrin Sampear now joining us on the line. Brigadier, good afternoon. Thank you so much for making time for us. Tell us about the key focus of this festive season plan.
Well, a very good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity. Our national safer festive operations are in full swing. We are focusing on aggravated robberies, such as your cash in transit heists. We are focusing on kidnappings, as you would have heard that kidnappings are giving us a problem. We are focusing on GBVF-related crimes during the festive season. But when we then go along the borders, we are also focusing and intensifying our efforts to ensure that illegal immigrants not enter or go out of the country, to ensure that they do get arrested. We are ensuring that illicit goods also don't enter the country. And so far, our safer festive operations are yielding the necessary and significant results. We have arrested since the 13th of October, when we launched them in Cape Town, more than 75,000 suspects for various crimes ranging from murder, rape, robbery with aggravated circumstances, and so on. So we are starting to see the results.
When it comes to murder, and with the last quarterly crime stats that we got, we saw that mob justice or vigilantism is the second highest contributor to murder, even after robbery. Are there any plans to deal with that particular element where community members take matters into their own hands, as we've seen now happen in Diepsloot recently as well?
So we are continuing with our crime awareness campaigns in areas that are problematic in terms of mob justice, such as Diepsloot, as you've indicated. Limpopo as well has a challenge of such crimes. We've seen of late as well in the Eastern Cape, where a 6-year-old girl was found dead, and the suspect was then killed by community members. We are increasing and heightening our crime awareness campaigns just to educate communities on the dangers of taking the law into their own hands, because what we've realized is that communities are not aware that taking the law into their own hands is actually a crime, and they end up with criminal records and they end up in jail. So we are intensifying our crime combating strategies as well, and efforts to ensure that we heighten police visibility across the country, together with those crime awareness campaigns.
And then on Amapanyaza, General Mawela speaks quite fondly of them and how they're able to contribute towards the reduction of crime. What's SAPS's national plan, though, when it comes to the cooperation between the peacekeepers or the peace wardens, as well as the police officers themselves? How do these two entities work together?
Look, Aldrin, as SAPS, we work with all stakeholders, whether it's the crime wardens from Gauteng, it's private security, it's the neighborhood watches, it's the community police forums. Even a normal person, a normal citizen in the community is an important stakeholder in the SAPS. And so we have these structures such as your community police forums that we meet and we liaise with community members, and we jointly identify challenges in communities, and jointly come up with strategies that can work to fight crime in those particular communities. So it's not about the crime wardens, it's not about the police officers, it's not about private security, it's about everyone in this country working together for a common cause of fighting crime.
Mm-hmm. But sometimes they break the law themselves. So what is it that they can do, and how far can they do? Or perhaps maybe, let's say, what is it that a peace warden cannot do that a police officer cannot do? And this is purely to give our listeners the type of information that they require, because sometimes the peace wardens present themselves as police officers.
Well, as a peace officer, and you are allowed to assist the police to heighten police visibility and so on. You can assist the police to arrest and heighten police visibility in especially areas that are prone to crime. But what you cannot do, and what we've seen of late, complaints around that, is to take the law into their own hands, because we do have complaints and so on. The sole purpose of these peace wardens is to hand over suspects to police. So they can't do anything beyond that. When, for instance, there are drugs on crime scenes, their responsibility is to notify the police of such crime drugs in their possession. Remember, only the police, according to the Criminal Procedure Act, are allowed to get to crime scenes and seize drugs, because to be in possession, if you're not a police officer, of drugs is a crime in South Africa. So yes, peace wardens do assist us in the fight against crime, but their responsibilities are limited. But at this stage, I'm not too sure if the crime wardens have been given the peace officer status, so I wouldn't want to go too much into that.
Thank you so much for your time, Brigadier Atlanta Mate there, who's the spokesperson for the police. It's 4 o'clock, time for the news.
Independent and impartial. This is SAFM News.
Thanks, Aldrin. The top story is a Corn Court victory for asylum seekers and Zulu King studying the High Court judgment. A very good afternoon. The Constitutional Court has found that parts of the Refugees Act infringe on the basic human rights of asylum seekers. The Scalabrini Centre of Cape Town brought the matter to the Apex Court for confirmation of the High Court order that sections of the Act were unconstitutional. The centre was concerned that parts of the Act provided that asylum seekers who had not renewed their visas within 1 month of the date of expiry were considered to have abandoned their asylum applications. Delivering the unanimous judgment, Judge Stephen Majid says that the impugned provisions violate the rights of all asylum seekers. AmaZulu King Misuzulu Zwelithini says in a statement that he has taken note of the ruling by the High Court in Pretoria that set aside President Cyril Ramaphosa's decision to recognize him as the Zulu monarch. King Misuzulu's official coronation took place in October last year, following the passing of King Goodwill Zwelithini in March 2021. The High Court ruled that Ramaphosa did not comply with legislation because he failed to set up a committee to investigate allegations that the identification of a successor was not done according to Zulu custom. The court has ordered Ramaphosa to set up such an investigation. In the statement, King Misuzulu says he is studying the judgment. Joburg Water says it is putting systems in place to boost water supply to areas that have been receiving low levels of water. The water utility has been experiencing severe water constraints in Orange Farm, Sandton, Midrand, Randburg, and the Joburg CBD, with taps running dry for several days now. Joburg Water's Logan Munsami says the high demand of water causes pressure on their reservoirs. Kosatu says it is deeply saddened at the passing of Bulelwa Mkutukana's death, known as Zahara. The multi-award-winning Afro-pop star died at a Joburg hospital last night. Kosatu says this is a tragic loss not only to the family but also to the country who loved and appreciated her music. Kosatu spokesperson Matthew Parks says Zahara leaves an indelible mark. And Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has rebuked Republicans in the U.S. Congress for stopping a package of military aid submitted by President Joe Biden. Zelensky said that such a delay was being cheered by the Kremlin and Vladimir Putin. He promised that the U.S. could count on Ukraine. Taking another look at your top story this hour. AmaZulu King Misuzulu Gazwenitini says in a statement that he has taken note of the ruling by the High Court in Pretoria that set aside President Cyril Ramaphosa's decision to recognize him as the Zulu monarch. For SAFM News, Kimudupi Makhalemele.
Coming up in sports this hour, no jingle bells for Mamelodi Sundowns as fixtures pile up, and Bulls Burger fired up for Leon Snowstorm. More details at 4:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Well, still slow on Joburg's M1 southbound towards a crash at Ravonia. The backlog of traffic around about the Yatske River Bridge on the N1 South, so you'll come very slowly down that N1 South through Midrand, through Buccleuch, and then all the way down to the Ravonia Road exit. Also a crash on the N3 southbound at Van Buren. That's already got traffic back from Edenvale, very slow on the trip down through Galulis. And, of course, that means the N12 and 24 routes in from the Ekurhuleni side are under some pressure as well. When we last spoke, we said there was a crash on Durban's N2 South after Gateway, which has been cleared. That traffic has almost made its way through. It's a little bit slow moving through Gateway, but the traffic that has got through is now sitting through in Nunda Road down and into the works at Spaghetti Junction. So that's quite a heavy queue on Durban's N2 South. Cape Town today, a bit of pressure out of the CBD. Baton truck coming from the Tamberskloof side, from the Garden side, quite slow down to Strand Street in the CBD area. And Hout Bay Main Road still a bit busy just on the northern side of Hout Bay. The earlier roadworks around Constantia Neck have been lifted, but just going in and out of Hout Bay, sort of between Victoria Circle and Deezer River Road, very slow going both ways. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide, leading the conversation.
Keeping up with your TV license balance inquiries is now simpler than ever. No more waiting in queues, no more phone calls. Just SMS your ID or TV license account number to 44210 and secure your legal viewing fast and simple. Standard SMS rates will be charged. Terms and conditions apply. TV licenses. Pay yours. Make a difference.
The Special Investigating Unit continues to intensify the fight against corruption, maladministration and malfeasance by conducting investigations in the affairs of government departments, municipalities and state-owned entities with integrity and professionalism. SIU investigators do not ask for money from people who are subjects of investigations. Do not be a victim of bogus investigators claiming to be from the SIU. This message is brought to you by Special Investigating Unit, striking against corruption.
Botswana qualified for the BNP Group Africa Cup Finals 2023 with an unbeaten record in the qualifiers and became winners of the Southern African Cup in May, while Malawi finished runners-up by winning 2 of their 4 games, whereas Mozambique also qualified for the BNP Group Africa Cup Finals in a spectacular manner, pipping Eswatini and Mauritius on net run rate in the Southern African Cup. Witness the thrilling action from 11 to 19 December, live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
#SAFMBTH.
It is 8 minutes after 5 o'clock. Coming up on the show in this hour, we speak to Princess Mtombeni, who's the founder of Africa for Nuclear. And this is following the press briefing a bit earlier on with Dr. Kgosientshe Ramokgopa, the Minister of Electricity, around the commissioning of the 2,500 megawatts of nuclear. And then at 4:20, we speak to Mark Hayward, who is a member of the newly established political platform, we shall call it at this particular time. It's called Change Starts Now, and of course it's being led by Roger Jardine. It was launched over the weekend at Nasrec, so we'll be speaking to Mark Hayward about why he has decided to join this organization and what it is that he believes that this organization could bring that's different to what's currently on offer, also considering so many political parties that are being registered. But what does it tell you, though, about the confidence that... or I guess maybe it's the lack of confidence that the individuals who are starting political parties have in each other, but then they want to work together in coalitions? Why don't you just form a political party, all of you together? Why should the cooperation only start at a coalition level when you can actually start it right at the beginning, at the foundation, the formation of the political party, and you go into the elections as a united front? But anyway, we'll be speaking to Mark Hayward. He'll be joining us at 4:20. And then at 4:45, we speak to Godfrey and Paulina Mogale, who got married over the weekend at the Far East Rand Hospital. Yes, Godfrey, who's still in hospital, actually, we have managed to confirm, got married to his fiancée, Paulina, over the weekend in a hospital ward while he was in his hospital bed. They did their I-do's while he was in hospital. And this is after being together for 28 years. 28 years. They're joining us at 4:45.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
4:10. 4:10.
This is Aldrin Sampear on Beyond the Headline.
Let's take your voice notes on 0614-104107, and you can also drop me an X at Aldrin Sampear. Our studio line is 086-000-2032. Remember that we're also streaming live on Facebook as well as YouTube, so I'll be taking your comments from there as well.
Hi, but Aldrin, it's Glenn here from Durban. Look, man, but you see, when it comes to these judges of ours, man. Sometimes judges just need to have bodyguards for the rest of their lives, man. We had a SASA issue where the court found that there was some irregularities with the contract. But they said, so that they don't create a stampede where people are not being paid and whatnot, let the contract continue. We found irregularities in the bid setup of the contract of or the manner in which we were going to procure the nuclear. We're saying everything should stop. You find that the person commit the same offense as someone who's somewhere in Cape Town, but the sentence is not the same. The verdict can be one guilty, but the sentence is not the same.
Good afternoon, Aldrin. The VN about the former president wanting to procure nuclear is 100% spot on. He tried, Jim, but was attacked in all fronts by the opposition parties. The same opposition parties that are actually complaining today about the load shedding. It's clear that the opposition party in South Africa is not opposing in the best interest of the people, but it's about ascending into power. Thank you very much, Aldrin. It's Andy Lane, Peter Marisbeck. Bye.
And on our YouTube page, Kimo Africa says that that's the saddest thing, having foreign interventions. There's nothing for free. They will never just come to help us. but themselves. We need to learn to solve our own problems, and this is in relation to the United Nations mission in Mali officially pulling out. TK, okay, I don't know what this is about, TK. Maybe you can explain it a bit further. He says that you like attention like a crybaby. What is this for? Just to serve and soothe your egoistic demagoguery. I don't know what this is in relation to, TK, but I'm more than willing to engage you on it. 0614-104107. You can also drop me an X at Aldrin Sampear. Our studio line is 086 000 2032.
The only talk radio afternoon drive show that makes sense. Beyond the Headline with Aldrin Sampear, right here on SAFM.
Well, the Minister of Electricity, Dr. Kgosientshe Ramokgopa, announced the commissioning of the 2,500 megawatts, the nuclear project to boost the generation capacity of a state-owned enterprise Eskom. In a media briefing held earlier today, Ramokgopa outlined that his ministry had met all the requirements of the National Energy Regulator of South Africa to proceed with the opening bid. Let's listen in to what the minister had to say earlier on, and then after that we speak to Princess Mtombeni, who is the founder of Africa for Nuclear.
Now we're upping, if you like, the contribution of nuclear to the totality of the energy mix. And what we know about nuclear is the cheapest, the safest, and most reliable. And we are going this route. And as NERSA made a determination, is that there's significant amount of technological advancements that have happened in this space. So it is important that we take notice of that and ensure that they were able to benefit from those technological advances. And also the point to be made about the role and place of South Africa in the nuclear space is that we are the only country on the continent that has got a permanent seat on the International Atomic Agency, Energy Agency. This is an international body that regulates, if you like, areas of nuclear energy in the world, and we enjoy a permanent seat there. So that's the contribution of South Africa to the area of nuclear. And what we see as a result of this announcement that we are making, in addition to giving us 2,500 megawatts of cheap, reliable, and very efficient generation capacity, is to galvanize, if you like, interest amongst young people who have studied nuclear, who are nuclear scientists, who have not had significant amount of work to do in terms of new projects, and this gives us a platform to be able to continue to produce those and commit them to this nuclear program.
Let's now speak to Princess Mtombeni, founder of Africa for Nuclear. Princess, good afternoon. Thank you so much for making time for us, considering that at least with this current administration, that as far back as 2019 already, as part of the IRP, the Minister then of Mineral Resources, Gwede Mantashe, announced that nuclear would form part of our energy mix. Why is it that it's taken so long to get to this particular point? And at this particular point, we're only at that level of commissioning, meaning that we're still going to go out to market. It's not even at the level of now construction is beginning.
Good afternoon, Aldrin, and a warm greeting to your listeners as well. With regards to your question in terms of why now, I think it's the question that all South Africans should be asking. But you will remember that in 2017, there was an attempt to procure nuclear, but 9,600 megawatt capacity, which then was stopped by the court. But then also the court ruling, there's a misconception that the court ruled the nuclear deal out completely, which is not the case. The court only ruled out the public participation process, which was not followed. And so I think it's very important that we address those misconceptions. But then what is happening now, I think having been at COP28 last week in Dubai, I witnessed a nuclear global renaissance. There are 22 nations that have signed the pledge to triple nuclear power generation in the world by 2050. And that is to help accelerate the transition to net zero. And those countries include the U.S., which is obviously the leader in this pledge, United Kingdom, South Korea,
Poland, UAE, which is also currently building nuclear power plant, and even African countries such as Ghana, Morocco, and many others. So it was sad for me being in Dubai and witnessing all these other nations signing a nuclear pledge, and South Africa was not part of it. But with this announcement this morning, it gives me hope, or many of us South Africans, that our government is also moving towards the right direction. Aldrin, there are about 440 nuclear power reactors operating in the world, in 32 countries, giving us 10% of the world's electricity. And there's about 60 nuclear reactors that are currently under construction across the world. Countries such as Egypt are building nuclear power plants. So it's sad that we are playing a catch up when we have been, when we were supposed to be part of the leading countries that are implementing these nuclear projects. But I'm happy that finally the government has realized that South Africa needs nuclear in order to achieve equitable energy transition.
Yeah. How long would a construction of a 2,500 megawatt plant take, a nuclear plant, more or less?
I would make an example, because obviously the construction projects, they differ in terms of vendors and even countries. But if you look at the project that is currently happening in the United Arab Emirates, it was built that they switched on the first nuclear reactor within the space of less than 7 years. So we are looking into 7 to up to 10 years, or even longer than that. But with a country like South Africa, which has more experience with nuclear operation or even construction, we are looking into 7 years minimum, because if UAE did not even have the experience of nuclear before. This is their first nuclear power plant, and it was built on time. So it gives us with technologies or vendor technologies and countries.
Okay. With this one, I remember the last one, the one that you speak about of back in 2017 that went to court. The issue there was also who the suppliers would be, and Russia was one of those names that were heightened. We understand that China as well as the US were also included. Do we know with this new procurement or the commissioning of the 2,500 megawatts nuclear plant, who the country is looking at to come and build these? I know that you speak about us having capacity, but the 2017 deal tells us that perhaps not the entire capacity that is required to build from scratch.
We don't know who the countries yet, and we can only decide once the request for proposals has been issued out and all the vendor technologies have participated in the RFP. Then the government will have to go with a country or a technology developer that makes economic sense for the country.
Yeah. A final one on Koeberg. Back in 2017 as well, the minister had said that, back in 2019 rather, the minister, Gwede Mantashe, had said that next year Koeberg would reach its lifespan, but there is an intention to extend it for about 20 more years. Do you think that is possible, also looking at how Koeberg is currently performing?
Aldrin, it is possible. Koeberg is performing quite fine. There's nothing wrong with Koeberg, except that it has undergone the refueling, maintenance, and the changing of steam generator process. And the changing of steam generator activity is part of the activities for the long-term operational plan. And once Koeberg satisfies the regulator that it can operate safely for the next 20 years, then there's no reason for the regulator not to grant Koeberg nuclear power plant another license to operate for the next 20 years.
Thank you so much for your time. That is Princess Mtombeni, who is the founder of For Nuclear.
SAFM is sharing the festive spirit by giving away 5,000 Rand to 10 lucky winners. To enter, SMS SAFM Festive, followed by your name and what the festive season means to you, to 41391. And you could win. Tune in to SAFM throughout December, and we could be calling you. SMSs are charged at R1.50. Free SMSs, free minutes, and SMS bundles do not apply. Terms and conditions apply. Visit safm.co.za for more information. SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide. Leading the conversation.
Get ready for an adventure of a lifetime with SABC TV Licenses Ultimate Competition. Feel the pulse-pounding excitement of a Bundesliga match live on an all-expenses-paid journey you'll never forget. Or embrace the rhythm of your dreams at the Coachella Music Festival. The choice is yours. A football fan's paradise or a music lover's haven. Simply pay your TV license, then head to www.winnerholidayWithSABCTVLicenses.co.za for a chance to win big. And don't forget, there are incredible weekly prizes up for grabs too. TV licenses. Pay yours. Make a difference.
Botswana qualified for the BNP Group Africa Cup Finals 2023 with an unbeaten record in the qualifiers and became winners of the Southern African Cup in May, while Malawi finished runners-up by winning 2 of their 4 games, whereas Mozambique also qualified for the BNP Group Africa Cup Finals in a spectacular manner, pipping Eswatini and Mauritius on net run rate in the Southern African Cup. Witness the thrilling action from 11 to 19 December, live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
The only talk radio afternoon drive show that makes sense. Beyond the Headline with Aldrin Sampear, right here on SAFM.
It is 24 minutes after 4 o'clock. We're in conversation next with Mark Haywood, member of Change Starts Now and also human rights and social activist. Our next guest speak to us about why he believes that leaders in business and civil society need to move closer to the electoral politics, given the challenges the country faces. A new political movement was launched this past weekend called Change SA Now, and it aims to build. And it aims to, the name of the group is, the name of the movement rather, is Change Starts Now. We had a mistake there in the typing there. And it is aimed to build a coalition of like-minded organizations. The new movement boasts members such as Roger Jardine, formerly First Rand Group, and also Nicole Fritz, formerly with the Helen Suzman Foundation, and Murphy Moropa, who used to be with Remgro, as well as the ANC. To tell us more about the independent path of this movement and his new role, Mark Haywood is now joining us on the line. Mark, good afternoon. Thank you so much for making time for us.
Good afternoon, Aldrin, and thank you for having me.
Why did you join Change Starts Now?
Well, Aldrin, as I think you know, I've worked for 25 years in civil society and building civil society organizations like the Treatment Action Campaign, Section 27, Corruption Watch, and a whole number of other organizations. And I think that civil society has really done sterling, important work in defending and protecting people's rights and keeping alive a constitutional vision of the right to dignity, the right to equality. But I also think that now civil society has to be more ambitious, not ambitious in a selfish way, but ambitious about taking the agenda of the people, the agenda of the Constitution, the social agenda, into politics. And because there's an election coming in 2024, and because we are a country that is suffering enormously, a country that is literally hungry, millions of people hungry, I rose to the offer to work with a group of people who I respect very, very highly to try and form a movement to do that.
And what's your role there?
My role is to work on building this campaign, on building this political movement, and on trying to engage society and civil society in particular in discussions on solutions to the country's problems and how we can take those solutions into the election and into the next government and end this very, very long impasse where on many, many fronts, whether it's health, whether it's education, whether it's food security, things have been not just standing still, but actually going backwards. So it means taking, in a sense, my experience, my insights, my networks, and trying to build them into the centers of power.
Yeah. So what is it that you believe, Mark, and also considering all of the work that you've already done in civil society, do you think that the Change Starts Now platform is perfect for you to pursue these ideals that you're speaking about now, and not already a political party that is already formed, that already has the foundation? Because also need to think about Change Starts Now. When Roger was on the show with Stephen Grootes yesterday morning, he said that for now it's still a political movement, not yet a political party, but the party would only be registered at a later end. So at this particular point, there's no political party. Why start with a new political movement that hasn't registered yet as a political party, yet there are political parties out there? I think perhaps that would welcome a Mark Hayward.
Well, that's a nice thought. Look, the thing is that there's a great deal of alienation amongst the people of our country for good reason with most of the existing political parties. Recent research has shown that from the Human Sciences Research Council, young people especially are going in opportunism and getting close to tenders and money and power, but for the sake of righting our country. So I think we're in a good space, Aldrin, at the moment. We have new political parties like Rise Mzansi, led by people of great integrity like Songezo Zibi and so on.
Yeah, why don't you join Songezo, Rise Mzansi?
Because I was approached by this team, and because I think that this team has an ambition for power, to actually run government.
Okay.
And I think that we are in such a crisis at the moment that we have to be aiming to run government because we have to halt the collapse in our country.
What do you say then to people who would come and argue that perhaps Change Starts Now is the political party that will present the interest of a business and not really the interest of people on the ground? I know that you, of course, your constituency is civil society, but that argument being put forward that you're going to see more business people joining a Change Starts Now organization because of the likes of Roger Jardine being there, and of course it comes with that, validation as well, that this is a political party, as you said, that is serious about also being in power.
Well, I'd simply say it's not true, first of all, and I'd ask you to take my word because I'm not a person who tells lies. There is an interest in working with parts of business, and Roger Jardine comes from business, and business is an important stakeholder in our country. And as you said at the outset, business has a certain cohesiveness, but business also has dramatic shortcomings in terms of its vision for this country, in terms of its social solidarity, in terms of its recognition of the way that business practices need to change to make it possible to employ hundreds of thousands and millions of additional people. So it's not a business front. I mean, I have been working in here for a week or so now, and I think it's easy for people to throw up straw men to cause confusion, and it is simply not true. And you talk about Roger Jardine's business experience. Well, before business, and it was a good experience, he was in government as a director general for a long time. Before that, he was in the struggle. I've been working with poor communities for 35 years. I'm a socialist. So if you can have a Change Starts Now political movement where people can find each other around a common vision of social justice and fixing the problems of our country, then I think it's maybe just what we need.
Okay, Mark Hayward, they're member of Change Starts Now. What's your take on Change Starts Now? It's 2 minutes after 4:30, time for the news headlines.
Thanks, Aldrin. A very good afternoon. With the news headlines, a new 7 billion rand international airport near Durbanville in Cape Town is set to be fully functional by 2027. The Constitutional Court has found that parts of the Refugees Act infringe on the basic human rights of asylum seekers, and Africa is committed to addressing the challenges of climate change. However, the continent is demanding a just transition. Details with Greg at 5 o'clock.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good news, the crash on the M1 South at Ravonia has been cleared out of the way. The traffic remains busy, though, through Sunny Hill down towards the Winnie Mandela exit. And there's a lot of pressure around Galulis today after an earlier crash on the N3 South. N3 going south is slow, coming from Edenvale. N12 and R24 routes are quite heavily backed up into that interchange in from the Ekurhuleni side. Peter Marisburg Camperdown on the N3, no real surprises there today. Durban's N2 from Queen Nundy Drive down to Spaghetti Junction remains heavily backed up. And if you're driving Cape Town this afternoon, bit of pressure on the N1 leaving the city centre. You just stay in traffic all the way through to the Okavango Road exit out in Brackenfell, and we're still looking at some delays on the Hout Bay Main Road just north of Hout Bay, both sides being held up. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Khapele.
In your sports this hour, let's start things off with cricket. Former St. Charles College pupil Ntando Zuma has been selected for the South Africa Under-19 squad for the upcoming ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup that is set to be hosted in South Africa next year. The young Zuma, who has already represented the Tuskers Colts side, will graduate to the AET Tuskers senior squad at the conclusion of his World Cup duties. He's represented KZN Inland Schools teams all the way through his high school career and will represent the KZN Inland Under-19 side at the upcoming Kaya Majola week. In football, a fixture pile-up is on the cards for Mamelodi Sundowns, with the reigning DStv Premiership champions scheduled to play 5 matches, including a trip to Cairo from tomorrow until the 30th of December. The Brazilians are back in action against Cape Town Spurs at Loftus Stadium tomorrow, and then they jet off to Egypt to face Pyramids in the CAF Champions League soon, after the same side held them to a goalless draw in Tshwane at the weekend. Sundowns coach Rulani Mokoena spoke about navigating through a period that is traditionally reserved for family, and while trying not to make excuses, Mokoena said that he was yet to have a clearer picture of how his staff will manage the load on the players. In the meantime, Percy Tau became the first South African to win the Confederations of African Football's Inter-Club Player of the Year award. This is at the 2023 CAF Awards in Morocco last night. Al Ahly attacker Tau beat off Mamelodi Sundowns Namibian goalkeeper ace Peter Shalulile and DRC's forward Fiston Mayele of Egypt club Pyramids FC. The Bafana striker found the back of the net 5 times in his contribution to Al Ahly's record 11th CAF Champions League title in the 2022-23 season. Then in rugby, Zat Burgers says that Bulls believe that they can repel Lyon's Avalanche and get a positive result in France. On the back of an opening round Champions Cup victory over an international-laden Saracens at Loftus Versfeld, the Bulls will switch up slip-slops of snowshoes as they travel to Lyon amid of France's winter. And with 2 tough URC derbies coming up after Saturday's match, Jake White will likely take a mixed squad and spare some of his star players the long trip to France, as the Lions did in their first round clash against Peruvians. Then in tennis, from the outside, 2023 was a career-defining year for Khotazo Manjani. However, the tennis ace describes it as bittersweet. In June, Manjani won the women's wheelchair doubles at Roland Garros with her Japanese side, Yui Kamiji, before the duo were crowned champions of the US Open just 3 months later. From the Limpopo player, however, not even these successes can mask the disappointments of solo tennis. The 37-year-old can be forgiven, though, as she has been dealing with a knee issue for the majority of the year. In 2021, KG became the first black woman from South Africa to reach the Wimbledon singles final before finishing runner-up to Didier de Groot of Netherlands, and Manjani hoped to emulate the All England Club result in other major tournaments, but once again finished in the last 4 in both the Australian and French Open. With that said, it's a wrap from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour. For SAFM Sport, I'm Tuming Khapele.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
And it is time for a market update. Today we have Makwe Masilela, Chief Investment Officer at Makwe Fund Managers. Makwe, good afternoon and welcome to the show.
Afternoon, Adrian, and afternoon to the listeners. How are you keeping?
So let's start off looking at what's been happening on the markets and some of the developments looking at the commodities.
Adrian, stock traders were tiptoeing, signaling caution, and that was ahead of the US, European Central Bank, Bank of England rate decisions, and also November inflation, both locally and in the US, and also decisions from a meeting of Chinese economic policymakers that may indicate how much stimulus to expect next year, and also our October retail sales numbers, mining and manufacturing data, and market participants have slightly dialed back their expectations of rate cuts happening early next year, and a soft landing scenario is now firmly priced into the markets and is quickly becoming the consensus outlook for 2024. And should economic data stray far from that path, then definitely there will be some disappointments. And yes, the much awaited CPI from the US, there was no big surprises. Their readings came in largely as expected, but for some market participants, this reinforced speculation that the US Fed will keep rates elevated for longer, and that is to fight inflation. And core inflation, which is a favored as a better indicator, ticked up slightly. And remember, we're getting our CPI tomorrow, which currently sits at 5.9%. And if inflation stays higher for longer, Adrian, there are chances of seeing second round effects. And locally, our October mining production rebounded by 3.9%. That's after dropping 1.9% in September, and that was better than forecast of 1.5% rise. And also our October manufacturing increased by 2.1%, and that was also better than expectations of 1.8% rise, rebounding from a 4.1% drop. And oil prices gave up earlier gains as concern over excess supply and also slowing demand that managed to outweigh escalating supply risk in the Middle East. Remember, after that attack by that Iran-aligned group on a tanker, and Brent crude is down 2.5%, is now trading at $74 a barrel, and the yellow metal drifts upwards as traders await clues on interest rates from major central banks. And we see gold is up 0.3% at 1987, platinum is up 1% at 921, DAX, just like the cake, they're flat, Fuji is up 0.1%, the Dow is also flat, S&P is down 0.1%, but the JSE is down a whooping 1.3%, with our resources down 3%, financials down 1%, industrials down 0.5%, and the rand is 19.01 to the US dollar, 23.79 to the pound, and 20.45 to the euro.
Thank you so much. That's Makwe Masilela, Chief Investment Officer at Makwe Fund Managers. We're taking your calls on 086 000 2032. You can also drop me an X at Aldrin Sampear, and our studio line is 086 000 2032. Comments on Facebook as well as YouTube, where we're also streaming live.
The award-winning SAFM Playwriting Competition is back.
SAFM, which many of you would know right now, we're launching the popular drama playwriting competition. The aim is to promote literacy and also ignite love for sharing South African stories.
Well, everything has gone up. The price of petrol. Hey, Wena, are you saying that this phone uses petrol?
Our writers are being invited to explore the medium of sound and really go into the theatre of the mind.
People see the pictures in their own color, in their own images, in their own faces.
For a chance to win one of 3 large cash prizes, visit safm.co.za. #SAFMBTH.
Let's take your voice notes on 0614 104 107. You can also give me a call on 086 000 2032. Remember that we're also streaming live on Facebook as well as YouTube, so I'll be taking some of your comments on those platforms as well. On the YouTube page, Mapito saying that it puzzles my mind also why open so many parties, why not form one party? And Latli Chauke saying that what's the difference between the Zuma nuclear and this nuclear? And also remember that as part of the then nuclear project, the 9.4 gigawatts of nuclear that was going to be procured, is that the State Capture Commission of Inquiry had found that back in 2014, when Nhlanhla Nene was fired, that Nhlanhla Nene was fired because of his refusal to sign off on that nuclear deal, and that's the reason that he was sacked. And we had that whole weekend special, if you remember that as well, with Des van Rooyen, who was the weekend special, quote unquote, as some people called him, the Minister for Finance for just a couple of days. Let's go to Nhlanhla, who's joining us from Balito. Good after.
Good afternoon. I absolutely love your style of broadcasting.
Thank you.
It's well researched. You have such a clear point of view on world and local affairs. And
ngiyabonga. Thank you so much.
Absolutely love it.
Thank you so much, Nhlanhla.
So my point of view on the comments a earlier person made around CDs and the 75%. Unfortunately, I don't know when the last time he bought a CD, so that can't cut it anymore. If anything, a lot of the artists have a great opportunity with the digitization of things, of making themselves popular through TikTok. You know, I'm using that as a small example of how certain artists have actually broken the mold of having to go through the traditional channels of being popular. And so we need to hold them accountable as well, or not on the business acumen side, because that can be mastered, and you can have trusted people in your corner to help you make the right business decisions. But step one, you can be popular through social media channels. You don't have to go through the traditional means. But I think let's hold each other accountable in terms of having the right people in our circle to help us make the right business decisions for ourselves as brands.
You actually remind me now of, I don't know if you remember the decision that was taken by Zonke, that she's going to do her own distribution. She's not going to have her music on digital platforms and so forth, that she's selling via USB and so forth.
Right. I thought you said Sahara.
No, Zonke,
Okay,
Zonke,
yeah. Yes,
and I remember having this conversation with a friend of mine, it was a group, and I said to them, sometimes I think that there's also lack of understanding, though, when it comes to the business model of a business. That while you want to sell the USB, in the digital age, how far does the USB go in terms of promoting your music? That's one.
Absolutely.
But then the other part also is that you want to really have, you want a sense of ownership, right? A sense of ownership of your music and so forth. But your music won't sell itself.
No, 100%. And when you look at some of these artists, and even Beyonce, let's go as high as that, right? How much of her music, how much of a revenue is she getting from her music, and how much of it is her now touring? How much is it coming from TV shows that she might be on, or production? Like the deal that she made, she said, don't give me the fee to perform. I want the right to be able to create a movie out of this. So it's, again, going back to basic business principles, and then using, and you don't have to have it all. Have people around your circle that are not only other music artists, which is important, but also have business people around you to say, structure this thing kanje.
Yes.
But we come from a place of privilege because we're in the business space, not music, but just in the business space. So we are holding them to task on an environment they might not know.
But it's business, though. You need to start treating yourself like the business.
It's business. There's alcohol deals that these guys broker, limited editions. They take a percentage of the sales of those units that are sold with their label, their IP on that. People are not seeing themselves as intellectual property, and it's like then you get to the space and now you're having fights about how many albums we sold. That's a by now. We're talking streaming. We've got a digital enabled world. How, as Africans, do we use this to better ourselves? And leave a legacy for our families by tapping into other ways of creating revenue from our brands.
Thank you so much for that call. Yeah, I really appreciate the contribution, Nhlanhla, there from Balito. So this is what Zonke had said. And maybe one day you should try and see if you can get Zonke and have an interview and see how it's going for her, that she decided to take this particular route. So she had said, this is now what she had tweeted. My new app is ready. It's live. This is the only digital platform, my own, where you will find my new album, Embo. Please go to Android App Store, download and subscribe and enjoy. She tweeted. But I wonder, has it really worked for her? Has it really worked for her? How many people know about the app called Embo or Imbo? Have you heard of that app before? You may have heard about a Deezer, you may have heard of a YouTube Music, may perhaps have heard of Apple Music. What's the other streaming service? So you have all of these streaming services that are out there. But as talented as you are, your talent can only take you so far when there are platforms that have already been created to help you maximize your reach, I think. Maybe one day we should have an interview with her, and maybe there's somebody out there who understands what Zonke's approach was when it comes to music and why she insisted that she wants to take this particular route, even though from my end at least, and not that well informed about the business of music, I think that it wasn't a wise move. It wasn't a wise move. How often have you heard of Zonke's new music? Have you heard somebody play Zonke's new music? Have you, Patrick? How many people? Okay, not many. So that's it. So you have all of these platforms that are available out there that you can use, but maybe there is a bigger reason behind Zonke's decision. Maybe you know about that and you can explain the reasoning behind it. But we'd love to hear from you on that. 0614-104-107. You can also drop me an X at Aldrin Sampear. Our studio line is 086-000-2032, and you can also drop me an X at Aldrin Sampear.
The Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies invites interested individuals and stakeholders to submit written comments on the SABC bill. The bill seeks to repeal the Broadcasting Act of 1999 to regulate the continued existence of the SABC, to provide its governance, to amend the ICASA Act of 2000 and the Electronic Communications Act of 2005. For more information, contact the Portfolio Committee of Communications and Digital Technologies by emailing sabcbill@parliament.gov.za, directed to Hanjiera Sali.
#SAFMBTH
0614-104-107, X at Aldrin Sampear. Our studio line is 086-000-2032. And remember that we're also streaming live on Facebook as well as on YouTube. If there was ever a moment that I would have loved to actually have a live stream of YouTube and Facebook next to our guests or in front of our guests, it is this particular moment. In a breathtaking gesture of loyalty and affection, Godfrey Maboy and Paulina Mogale exchanged vows in a wedding ceremony in Far East Rand, at the Far East Rand Hospital. They said their I do's after 28 years in their relationship in the presence of their family members and the hospital staff. And you should have seen those pictures that were doing the round on social media. Perhaps you have seen them. And they're now joining us on the line, Godfrey as well as Paulina. Congratulations and good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for making time for. I want to start off here. Let me start off with Paulina. Paulina, when did the proposal happen?
It happened last year, December 2022.
Last year, December 2022.
Yes.
And what was the plan after that?
It was to get married, a wedding ceremony.
Yeah. And did you guys already decide which date you wanted to have the wedding on?
Yes, we decided the 9th and the 10th of December 2023.
Okay, I don't know, there's somebody who has his phone on or perhaps it is on loudspeaker. If you can just turn it back onto a normal mouthpiece because I can hear some feedback there. I don't know if it's you, Godfrey, or Paulina.
Sorry?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, mine.
Okay, then thank you. Yes, it looks like it was Paulina. So yes, Paulina. So you guys plan then to get married on the 9th of December.
Yes.
But it wouldn't happen where exactly you want it to happen and how it would happen. So what happened before the 9th of December that led you guys to the decision that you're actually now going to get married in hospital while Godfrey was on his hospital bed?
Because we already set the date, and according to our tradition, when you set the date for the wedding, you don't postpone it. So, and we also felt that it will be all right to just do it because it was a closer date. He had an accident 7 days before our wedding. That's why we continued. We couldn't cancel it. Everything was all prepared.
Sorry, you said what happened?
He had a car accident.
He had a car accident?
Yeah, on the 2nd of December.
On the 2nd of December. And you guys were planning to have this wedding where?
At our home.
At your home. So it was going to be a small, intimate wedding ceremony. You, Godfrey, close family and friends.
Yes.
Okay. Godfrey also now joining us on the line. Godfrey, good afternoon. Thank you so much for making time for us. Sorry to hear about the accident. How did the plan then come about to say, Muntu wami, Sithandwa sami, my love, baby? I don't know what you guys call each other. Let's go ahead with the wedding on the 9th of December while you're in hospital. Hey, Godfrey?
Yes, I was in the hospital.
Yeah. So how did you guys come to that particular decision? Do you remember that conversation?
Which for me to be here in the hospital?
No, yeah, the conversation to have the wedding take place in the hospital.
No, remember I got an accident on the 2nd of December. And then we already set up our dates for 9 and 10 December. And then on the 2, I've been admitted in Fire East Hospital during the accident happened 8:30 to 9. So I've been admitted here past 9, I think, here in Fire East. So the wedding was supposed to be on the 9 at Donaldson by my wife's family.
Yeah.
And then and at my site was supposed to happen on the 10th. So at 9, I request my son to go and stand for me. My firstborn is 20, Karabo is 27. And then you go and see, he was there in Donaldson to take over for me. So yes, on that day, because of I was in the hospital, I can't go to my wife's family. So I've been here in the hospital, and then come Sunday, I did try to speak to the management, hospital management.
Yeah.
So to help me to get married on Sunday. So they did organize. They talked to one another, and then they give me a good answer that yes, they can help me. They arranged the hall for us to come and get married in the hospital.
Oh, was that actually in the hall? I thought you were in a ward.
No, they arranged the hall in the hospital.
Oh, okay. Well, incredible. So then the wedding happens on the 10th of December. You guys exchange your vows. But I want to know whose idea was it? Who came up with the idea that we should go ahead with the wedding in hospital? Was it you, Godfrey?
Yeah, we talked together with my wife, and then, yes, we get an agreement that let us do it.
Yeah. Paulina, what was your response, though, when he said, let's do this? Were you a bit like, what is this?
We
both agreed on it.
I don't know.
It was already planned.
He was the one who was giving us the advice.
Who was giving the advice?
I did plan. I said God is the one who gave us the advice because of, I don't know, I even never knew what must I do, but in my memory, there's something just came, talk to these people, maybe they will help you.
Yeah.
And then I talked to the management, and they organized for us.
And they organized it for you guys.
Yes.
Paulina, tell us about the experience of having to exchange your vows while your fiancé or your husband-to-be is lying there in a hospital bed?
I was happy and sad at the same time because now things were not happening according to our plan. But then, yeah, I'm happy that we did get married.
You're happy that in the end it did happen?
Yes.
And for you, Godfrey?
Yeah, no, even myself. You see, the on Saturday I was so emotional the whole day because I was not with my wife. You understand what I'm saying?
Was Karabo at least sending you videos and pictures?
Yeah, they did send
live.
me, but now they did send the videos, they send pictures, they do. But I was like emotional because I was supposed to be on that chair. My wife is there with my son, but yeah, I was emotional. But I said no, thanks because of my son is a man. He can go and stand for me.
Okay, so Paulina, so in Donaldson, the wedding, the celebration is going ahead. Karabo is Karabo then sitting next to you?
Yes.
Where Godfrey was supposed to be sitting?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and it's so interesting. So then what happens? What does the preacher say? What does the guests who are there, what are they saying?
We told the priest that we're going to have a wedding, the ring ceremony at the hospital because my husband had an accident. So they did understand that in our culture, it's normal for the wedding to continue. So people were not surprised.
Yeah. But like what sort of language do they use? Do they say Godfrey, uhlezi phambi kwa Paulina, or does it just go like Karabo, who's representing Godfrey, is sitting next to Paulina?
No, they didn't go there. They just took it the way it is. They didn't just talk about Godfrey or anything.
Is it? I'd love to see some of the pictures. Please do share some of the pictures with us and videos so that we can share with our listeners. But are there any plans, though, Godfrey and Paulina, to have another wedding celebration where Godfrey would actually be there?
Yes, we are planning a white wedding when Godfrey comes back from the hospital.
Oh, there is going to be one?
Yes.
Okay, now. Godfrey, when do you think that you will be allowed to actually go back home?
Right now, my friend, I can't say it because the doctors are still busy with me. I've gotten a serious injury now, and then I will hear from them.
You will hear from them?
Yes.
But hopefully you get discharged very soon and Paulina get to have that beautiful day and both of you get to enjoy. But thank you so much once again for sharing your story with us. That is Godfrey and Paulina Mogale, who got married over the weekend. And as you just heard, the wedding rings were exchanged at the hospital where a ceremony was taking place as well, and that is where Godfrey Maboy is currently admitted at. That is the Far Eastern Hospital, and kudos to the hospital management for actually saying that, yeah, why not? Let's go ahead with it. Let's do it. And we celebrate love. It's a minute after 5 o'clock.
Independent and impartial. This is SAFM News.
A new airport for Cape Town and tributes pour in for Sahara. Good day to you. A new 7 billion rand international airport near Durbanville in Cape Town is set to be fully functional by 2027. The announcement was made by a consortium of private business leaders during a media briefing. Cape Winelands airport designer Adele Klingenberg says construction will begin in 2025. The Constitutional Court has found that parts of the Refugees Act infringe on the basic human rights of asylum seekers. The Scalabrini Centre of Cape Town brought the matter to the ConCourt for confirmation of a High Court order that sections of the Act were unconstitutional. The centre was concerned that parts of the Act provided that asylum seekers who had not renewed their visas within 1 month of the date of expiry were considered to have abandoned their asylum applications. The Constitutional Court found that the impugned provisions are directly at odds with the principle of non-refoulement. Further, the impugned provisions violated a number of constitutional rights. Budget cuts for the police department, which led to the withdrawal of officers from certain areas, as well as poor infrastructure and overcrowding, are some of the reasons given for high crime levels in Diepsloot, north of Johannesburg. Provincial Police Commissioner Elias Malela briefed members of the Provincial Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Community Safety. The legislature's called on both the national and provincial government to intervene on the escalating crime occurring in Diepsloot. Multi-award-winning songstress Bulelwa Mtukana, better known as Zahara, has been remembered for the message of unity and cultural pride that she carried through her music. The 35-year-old died at a Johannesburg hospital last night. The award-winning musician released 5 studio albums, with her 2011 debut album Loliwe going double platinum. During her career, the self-taught guitarist was honoured with 17 SA Music Awards, 3 Metro FM Awards and a Nigeria Entertainment Award. Africa is committed to addressing challenges of climate change. However, the continent is demanding a just transition. The African group says it will support a text that takes into consideration the needs of Africa in relation to development. This comes as climate scientists warn that the world must urgently move away from fossil fuels to avoid the worst effects of climate change. And the top story this hour is that a new R7 billion international airport near Durbanville in Cape Town is set to be fully functional by the year 2027. That's SAFM News. I'm Greg Khos.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
So around the Bedfordview area, not desperately packed, but busy. Crashes on both the N3 North going into Galuli, so delays coming through from Germiston, and a crash on the southbound at Van Buren. All lanes are open at that. It's on the side, so plenty to look at coming through from Alexandra, and the N12 and R24 routes in from the east. They're pretty heavily back trying to get into that N3 south as well. N1 up towards Pretoria through Midrand, not looking too bad today. A crash coming out of Brooklyn on George Storer towards the Fountain Circle junction there, so that remains quite so. That's reasonably heavy for this time of year in that location. Durban, the N2 between Queen Undie Drive and Spaghetti Junction stays heavy. There's a backlog on the M4, the Ruthurst Highway, on your way to Umhlanga, queuing up over Blue Lagoon all the way through towards Virginia Airport. And Cape Town, if you're just a little bit out of the city, Salary's pass through to Grabo on the N2. There's a collision scene there, backlogging traffic both ways, and also a crash involving a pedestrian on the N2 into Cape Town, Victoria Street in Somerset West. So that's quite heavy with the queue lining up back as far as sort of Gans Park area. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
Gautrain is for the legends who make moves to save and pay from as little as 35 Rand from Hatfield to Centurion. Is for Ikoko, who steady chill on neutral on a downhill just to save fuel. So when it comes to travel, make moves that save and pay from as little as 35 Rand from Hatfield to Centurion Station. Gautrain, for people on the move.
Chelsea FC is not impressed with their current position. They want to ensure Sheffield United grabs nothing at Stamford Bridge.
Raheem Sterling, the big dipper, Chelsea 11.
Meanwhile, Sheffield United are also not comfortable in the danger zone.
McBurney's header, and it drops into the far corner of the net.
Who will enjoy the festive season with victory, the Blues or the Blades? This is the Premier League. Catch the exhilarating clash between Chelsea FC and Sheffield United FC on Saturday, 16 December at 4 p.m. live on S3. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. # we love it here. Brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Beyond the Headline with Aldrin Sampear on SAFM. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
It is 7 minutes after 5 o'clock. Coming up on the show in this hour, we speak to Dr. Aldrin Sampear, who is a board member of the South African Society for Psychiatrists. So yesterday we wanted to have a conversation about the evaluation that goes into determining whether somebody is mentally fit to stand trial and does actually have criminal capacity. And this is following the decision by the Western Cape High Court yesterday that declared that Zandile Mafe, the man accused of setting Parliament alight last year actually, in 2022, January 2022. So it's nearly actually 2 years since that incident took place. So yesterday the court declared that he was unfit to stand trial, and this was based on a psychiatric report that found that he was not mentally fit to stand trial. So my question around this is, what sort of assessment goes into it? How do you determine whether the person is mentally fit or not to stand trial? Also, is there possibility at all of the individual trying to manipulate the system, because they know, as we've seen before, when it comes to the assessments being done by the parole board, is that somebody may say that I've repented and there has been rehabilitation that has taken place, but then the person goes out and commits perhaps sometimes even the same crime again. So we'll speak to Dr. Aldrin Sampear, who's a board member of the South African Society of Psychiatrists, to find out, is that a possibility at all when it comes to the mental evaluation of an accused person? This is now before they are even convicted. And then at 5:20, we pay tribute to Bulelwa Kutukana, who is better known as Zahara. She passed away last night at the age of 36. But we're also going to have a conversation about the business of music. We'll be speaking to Siyabonga Mitane, who's the Chief Executive Officer of Slicker on Live. You may remember him as Slicker. He was part of, Gonja, what was that group called again? Do you guys remember Squatter Camp? Do you still remember Squatter Camp? Yep, it was part of Squatter Camp. So he'll be joining us at 5:20. In the meantime, your voice notes on 0614 104 107. You can also drop me an X at Aldrin Sampear.
Good day, Aldrin, and your listeners. It's Pumlani here in Deep Groove. I remember very well Ubaba Msholuzi talking about nuclear. And what did they say? I say phone nuclear. He wants to indebt us to Abantwana for years in trillions. Today, we're talking about nuclear. Everybody's welcoming nuclear. Everybody's excited. We'll never suffer load shedding because there will be nuclear. Hey, corner in this country, we are seeing flames really. Yeah.
Hey, Aldrin, you're asking a very pertinent question when I'm asking why do these individuals who are forming the political parties are not forming one political party together. Let me tell you, in South Africa, you'll never see that happening because, these individuals are just hungry for power and nothing else. Thank you. Bye.
Good afternoon, Aldrin. I think at this stage, South Africa and South Africans are desperate for a messiah, someone to save us from the mess we are in. And I, for one, if anyone tells me that they still believe that the ANC can save this country, I'm sure that I can tell you now they live in a cuckoo land, because it's never going to happen with the ANC. We're going to get in deeper trouble. South Africa is being ignored by the rest of the world when it comes to investment, so there's never going to be jobs for the youth. And South Africans are desperate for change, and any form of change that's for the good is welcome.
This is Aldrin Sampear on Beyond the Headline.
0614 104 107, your ex at Aldrin Sampear, and our studio line is 086 000 2032. We speak to Dr. Aldrin Sampear, who's a board member of the South African Society of Psychiatrists. So accused Zandile Mafe will not stand trial for his involvement in Parliament's fire that took place on the 2nd of January 2022, while the Western Cape High Court ruled yesterday that he's not fit to do so due to psychiatric report findings. Zandile Mafe has to undergo this process twice at different facilities. Today, we wanted to have a conversation about what constitutes mental fitness to stand trial and what psychiatrists at mental facilities have to undertake concerning the establishing a report for a person who has committed or accused of committing a crime and has been ordered to undergo the process. We also wanted to know how much of the toll it takes on the person going through the process, and if he or she is not proven to be fit to stand trial, what happens next? Dr. Aldrin Sampear now joining us on the line. Dr. Sampear, good afternoon. Thank you so much for making time for us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Just a correction. I'm not a current board member. I'm an ex-board member of South African.
Former board member. Okay. Appreciate the clarity there. So yesterday when the court handed down the judgment, it said that according to Section 77, subsection 6A of the Criminal Procedure Act, the finding has been made that Zandile Mafe is not fit to stand trial and therefore does not have any criminal capacity. What goes into determining whether somebody has criminal capacity or even the ability to follow the trial?
Okay, so there's two separate things here that we require to assess in a forensic assessment. One is the fitness to stand trial, which relates to the current mental state of the accused, and then the criminal capacity relates to the mental state of the accused at the time of commission of the alleged crime. So if we look at fitness to stand trial, there are various things that we assess. For example, the ability of the accused to follow court proceedings and understand what is being said in court, for example. The ability of the accused to give instruction to the legal representatives, and the ability to make a proper defense. So those would all constitute the fitness to stand trial, for example. When we speak about a proper defense, we're speaking about a defense that is obviously going to be reasonable and rational that the accused can put forward in court. And then obviously in this case, the court found that the accused was not fit to stand trial.
So with that particular assessment, what is it that the psychiatrist will then be doing during that process in determining whether the person is mentally fit to stand trial?
So what we assess with regard to fitness is the accused's understanding of the charge, for example, the accused's understanding of the role plays in a court system, so the role of the judge or magistrate, for example, the role of the prosecutor, the role of the defense attorney, the accused's understanding of why he or she is being charged, and then what the accused would put forward as a defense. So essentially, when we speak to fitness, it speaks to whether the accused is in a sound state of mind to go to court now and be able to understand proceedings and put forward a defense.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And if you're looking specifically at how we assess that, it's obviously through one-on-one consultations with the accused over a period of time to assess their understanding of why they have been charged, what the charges are, and then how they would then conduct themselves in court.
Yeah. So are there a set of questions that the accused would need to answer?
So it's not a closed-ended set of questions, no. So it's not a for example, a closed list of questions that we ask. We go according to the charges and just generally through how we would normally consult any person. We go through various aspects that we assess to be able to understand and give an opinion on the fitness currently. So no, there isn't a single closed set of questions.
Yeah.
It would depend on the presentation at time.
Sure, but would there be a formula that is followed to make the determination of what the final outcome will be of that particular process? Like, for instance, let's say there are a couple of questions that are asked, and based on the outcomes of that questions, perhaps maybe you score him a 6 out of 10. I don't know which formula is used, and then from there determine whether or not the person is mentally fit.
No, there's no formula or score as such.
Mm-hmm.
This is not, for example, like a psychological test that we do specifically to determine fitness. This is a clinical assessment that we conduct over a series of interviews. So we look for things like consistency. Obviously, there are some instances where people may feign, symptoms or illnesses to try and, for secondary gain. So those are the types of things we assess. So it is not a formula as such or a closed list of questions. It's a clinical assessment done in consultation.
Mm-hmm. And are you then able to suss out whether the person is putting up a performance? And I'm also asking this on the basis of when it comes to the parole board, for instance, what is also being taken into consideration is whether there is an appreciation by the convict around the crime that has been committed and also rehabilitation that has taken place. But sometimes you know that the convict could actually put up a performance. So I don't know when it comes to an accused person who may plead mental insanity and say that, or the defense arguing that this person can't stand trial, that the person would then put up a performance.
So this obviously the work we do comes after sort of a long period of training. So we are trained to be able to detect when someone may be, reporting symptoms that aren't really there. And apart from that, we also, in many observations, have them in a ward setting for an extended period up to 30 days, sometimes longer. And then apart from the psychiatrist assessing them, we also get input from other multidisciplinary team members like the nursing staff, psychologists and occupational therapists to be able to come to a final conclusion, obviously based on what each case requires. So yes, we are trained to pick up when someone can, report symptoms that may not necessarily be there. So that would be part of the system.
So in the case of Zandile Mafe, he had told the court before, and even shouting in the court, that he is fit to stand trial, that he can stand trial, and that he can follow the proceedings. Do you take that into account at all?
So, we obviously take into account what reports we get from the court as to how the accused has conducted him or herself in court. And then when we assess the accused, we would then put that in the context of what we are getting from them when we question them. So even though someone may claim to be fit or not fit, we don't just accept that. We've got to make our independent assessment to be able to verify that or not.
So earlier on, Dr. Chetty, you spoke about how you would look into whether the person understands the different role players in the court proceeding. When it comes to children, for instance, and we know we've got the Criminal Procedure Act that specifically deals with children, and the Children's Act rather, that speaks about how to deal with matters relating to children and crime that has been committed by children. But in some cases, you find cases relating to, for instance, murder and so forth, that a murder has been committed. But does the child really have capacity and understanding of the crime that has been committed?
Yeah. So when it comes to children, obviously the assessment has to take into account other factors like the level of the child's development, the emotional, intellectual, development, and the rest. And then those are obviously done by people who work regularly in the area with kids as well. So, for example, at Stephenton Hospital, we have a child psychiatrist who's involved in those assessments as well, because that does require an additional degree of, acumen in the area with regard to dealing with kids.
Okay.
So, yes, there are ways of assessing children to be able to understand their understanding of what they have done and then the implications, take into account the different areas of development as well.
Okay. And finally, now that the court have, for instance, found in Zandile Mafe's case that he's not mentally fit to stand trial, what happens to that individual? Does that individual get, taken to another psychiatric hospital or a mental health institution? What happens?
Sure. So generally, when someone is found not fit to stand trial and they've been convicted of a serious offence, then likely outcome is that the court may declare them a state patient. And what that means is that they then get admitted to a forensic psychiatry unit, like we have a few around the country. And then that would be for treatment based on what the underlying diagnosis is. And then obviously the point of treatment is to get the accused well. And then there's a process of rehabilitation as well that may be involved. But obviously it depends on a case-by-case basis. Generally, for minor offences, the accused would then, if the court accepts the opinion of the psychiatrist, the accused may be declared a involuntary patient, and that follows a different route in general psychiatry.
Okay, thank you so much for your time. Dr. Aldrin Chetty there, a former board member of the South African Society of Psychiatrists. We're taking your calls on 086 000 2032, your voice notes on 0614 104107. You can also drop me an X at Aldrin Sampear. Our studio line is 086 000 2032, and comments on Facebook as well as YouTube, where we are streaming live.
SAFM supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAFM, leading the conversation. You are listening to Aldrin Sampear on SAFM.
Yeah, good day, Aldrin, and the listeners of SAFM. I just want to say also, just to contribute on the issue of music and the digital world and the artists. Also at the recent Africa Technology Festival that happened in Cape Town, it was a major issue that Africans and Africa as a whole, we are being left out of the digital economy. So I think there is more opportunities that people can look into, especially artists, especially people in business, so that we can collaborate more and do better in terms of structuring these businesses. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, on what I said earlier on about Zonke and her deciding to sell her music by herself and also distribute, or you have to buy a USB to play her music, and then she had her own digital platform. The Bombastic just quoted me on a tweet that Zonke had sent out on the 2nd of November this year, so that was last month, where she then indicates that her music will now be available on the other streaming services, including Spotify Music, Deezer, SoundCloud. Now I'm even more intrigued to know what informed that particular decision, and perhaps maybe are there some things that she realized, perhaps that her and a team went wrong in about the distribution of her music and also the decision not to have her music on these streaming services. But now we see, according to this tweet, that the music is now available on the major streaming services. 0614-104-107, X at Aldrin Sampear.
Hi, Aldrin. You know, in South Africa, we just like wasting money that we do not have. It was obvious from the word go that Zandile Mafe couldn't have set up that fire. He was just a homeless person found at the wrong place at the wrong time. You know, this is just insane. South Africa is a joke. It's a real banana republic. Thanks, Aldrin. Anonymous.
Good afternoon, SFM and to listeners. Sylvan Governor from Durban. Aldrin, just like to find out, got a question to ask with regard to the guy who burnt our parliament down. Fair enough, he's going to be prosecuted on one side. And I'd like to find out what's going to happen to the security personnel who were on duty that day and in charge of the parliament when this guy stepped into that building with the petrol can. Just like to find out what prosecution is going to happen or what penalties will happen against the security staff who are in charge for the day. Thank you.
This is Aldrin Sampear on Beyond the Headline.
Let's quickly now speak to Siyabonga Mitane, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Slicker on Live. Tributes continue to pour in for Bulela Mkutukana, who is also known as Zahara, who passed away last night at the age of 36. Online conversations swiftly moved back to how music deals are constructed, the role of record labels concerning advances, and how artists are often left with very little after the success of their albums. In this discussion, we wanted to unpack these dynamics with a guest who has worked in the industry to share his insights, and he now joins us on the line. Do we call you Siyabonga or do we call you Slicker?
Whatever works well.
Whatever works. Good afternoon, and thank you so much for making time for us.
Thank you.
So condolences to you as well as the entire music fraternity with the loss of Zahara. Before we get into the discussion that we wanted to have, maybe a short tribute from you.
To be frank, I never really knew Zahara. Obviously, I was on the call because of the deal, but I mean, I just knew her talent like the rest of us. So I mean, she was so young, in my view, and but highly talented. Feels like there's so much you could still do. But I personally wouldn't claim to have known her. Like I'm like everybody else who knew how talented she was.
Yeah. So you're amongst us commoners who were celebrating her music.
I mean, yes, I was on the call to talk about the deals.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be capable to talk about it.
No, totally understand. Sure.
Yeah.
Let's speak about these deals that artists go into, and we know that this has been a long ongoing issue. Even in the 1970s, I know that there's been movies that have been made around these record deals and so forth. What would you say is the crux when it comes to artists and the contracts that they go into with record labels?
I think, before you even get into that, like music music like soccer is seasonal, right? For a lot of people, there's only a few people who have long careers like Quincy Jones, like Dr. Dre, if you call that even a career, you know what I mean? But music is seasonal, and even when deals are being made with labels, like the deals are made for that season, you know. I think the general public has the perception that deals. I mean, the music can live forever, but the general public has a perception that a seasonal deal is an eternal deal. You know, at Squatter Camp, we signed a seasonal deal with Gallo. Umoya is still playing. You know, they're still collecting the royalties. You know, I don't know if they're even paying them. But the point is that, even if it is, it's not enough royalties for us to live. You know, even if they were paying, which they're not paying, even if Gallo was paying, it's not enough royalties for live, because the season for the popularity of the song has passed, right? So I think even now, the way you posed your question, it's posed as if you get an advance and it's eternal. And that's not the reality for almost any deal, even outside music.
Mm-hmm. So also ordinarily what would happen, and I asked this also on the basis of what Toya DeLazy was quoting, a tweet that she was quoting, and that is 75% going to Sony, 25% going to TS Record, 10% going to Zahara from the 25%, and she was saying, I had the exact same deal.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you a realistic kind of breakdown of deals, because you never know what type of deal you have, right? Yeah. Squatter Camp literally had and I'll speak on what I know. Squatter Camp literally had an artist deal. And an artist deal is the deal where the label, meaning Gallo at the time, takes all the risk, right? They take all the risk and from a monetary perspective, and you just come with your talent. Right? So if they take all the monetary risk, they want to basically get a chunk of the money that's made from the talent. So as an example, before Squatter Camp was signed, if Gallo didn't take the monetary risk, we probably wouldn't be on SABC radio. Our videos probably wouldn't be played at that time, because you needed that arm to be able to do that. We probably wouldn't have the money to print 20,000 CDs if we had an order. We probably wouldn't have that cash flow, right? So Gallo says, no, we're going to give you a deal like that. They came and they probably took 88%, and we got 12%, I think. Average, a good deal, if we had negotiated a good deal, was probably going to be 15%, and they took 85%. And then the producer also gets 4%. So essentially, Gallo works out with 80%. So that's a deal where the label takes the ultimate risk for you, basically, if they even do it. So you find that the contention with artists is that they get deals like that, but the label doesn't take the risk. So in our side, we're fortunate. I'm speaking today. Y'all know Squatter Camp because Gallo did take the risk, although we were independent, but they literally scaled it.
Yeah.
So they did take the risk with that, right? But then other people's labels don't do that, but they still do the same deal. Then you get another deal, right? You get a JV deal, which is a joint venture deal. The joint venture deal it's a bit like, imagine mina ngusiyabonga ngihlala la engihlala khona, I'm from the hood. You want to literally do a joint venture deal with me where you say, you put 50%, I put 50%, I manage the sales, meaning label manages the sales and manages all the flow of income. And then you have to literally have someone who can literally audit each cent that's made from that. And then once we can audit each expense from each cent that's made, then we go 50-50. It's a little bit of an unfair deal if you think that you're doing it with someone who probably doesn't have the legal or the accounting system to make sure that they've got the right deal. Yeah. But there's a lot of joint venture deals. So you can already imagine it's not even an education thing. If you just don't have the accounting to basically do a joint venture deal, it almost becomes an unfair deal for people who are literally previously disadvantaged.
Well, certainly a conversation that I think that we should broaden up more on, and this is the contracts that artists go into. Let's quickly go to the news headlines with Greg House.
Thank you, Aldrin. In the headlines, the Western Cape Mobility Minister says it's unacceptable that men, women and children are still being transported in unsafe conditions. A new 7 billion rand international airport near Durbanville in Cape Town is set to be fully functional by 2027. And Rwanda will hold presidential and parliamentary elections in July next year. There's a full update at the top of the hour.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Here's a couple of heavy queues around Gauteng. One is a crash on the M1 North at Olifantsfontein, and that traffic back into Buccleuch. That's a heavy one as you line up through Midrand towards Pretoria. Also, breakdown before William Mandela Drive at Four Ways. So the N1 from Buccleuch heading south is also badly backed up. And two problems along the N2 corridor in the Cape Town region. A crash on the N2 at Victoria Street in Somerset West. That is queuing traffic both ways. And there's also a crash between the bottom of Sir Lowry's Pass and Krabo. And that is also queuing traffic both ways on the N2. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
This is SAFM Sports with Duming Kapele.
In your sports this hour, let's start things off with rugby. Stormers coach John Dobson feels that his team has done enough to get a better result in the first Champions Cup game of the 2023-24 season against Leicester Tigers. A second-string team came within 4 points of upsetting the English side in the last minute before converting a try by the host in the 35-26 defeat that left them with nothing. Although Dobson was pleased with his youngsters who filled in for at least 13 first-choice starts, he couldn't disguise his disappointment at the outcome. Then in football, a fixture pile-up is on the cards for Mamelodi Sundowns, with the reigning DStv Premiership champions scheduled to play 5 matches, including a trip to Cairo from tomorrow until the 30th of December. The Brazilians are back in action against Cape Town Spurs at Loftus Stadium tomorrow night, and then they jet off to Egypt to face Pyramids in the CAF Champions League soon after the same side held them to a goalless draw in Tshwane at the weekend. And Sundowns coach Rulani Mokoena says that they are working around the clock to make sure that they're able to navigate through a period that is traditionally reserved for family time. In the meantime, Ivory Coast unveiled new sports and road infrastructure this month, including several new and upgraded stadiums in preparation for the upcoming Africa Cup of Nations. And this is addressing earlier criticism about its insufficient facilities as a first-time host of the tournament. The world's leading cocoa producer is preparing to host the 34th edition of the Africa-wide soccer competition, which is happening from the 30th of January to the 11th of Feb. In Netball South Africa have confirmed that they are in the process of appointing a new head coach for the Spar Proteas after Norma Plummer concluded her duties with the team in the recent series against England. The new head coach will begin in January next year, and Plummer believes that she's leaving the Spar Proteas in a better place despite ending her second stint with the national netball team after a series defeat to England. The highly respected Australian tactician who was rehired by Netball South Africa a year ago to lead the side in the Netball World Cup in Cape Town in July and August, led the team for the last time on SA's tour of England in the Vitality Netball Series. Then in boxing, the newly appointed Boxing South Africa board will not take office as scheduled today because of legal action by a group of promoters. The state attorney said in a letter yesterday that the new board would not assume duties today pending the finalization of the matter brought by the National Professional Boxing Promoters Association. Now, the NPBPA, chaired by the East London-based Ayanda Matiti, said in a recent statement that the association was not consulted by the minister before he announced the new executive late last month. Ending things off with athletics, the president of World Athletics, Sebastian Coe, says that Russian and Belarusian athletes will not be allowed to compete in the Paris Olympics. This is despite the International Olympic Committee clearing the way for athletes from those countries to compete as neutrals. Russians and Belarusians had initially been banned from competing internationally from Russia's invasion of Ukraine last year, for which Belarus has been used as a staging ground. In March, however, the IOC issued a first set of recommendation for International Sports Federation to allow Russian and Belarusian competitors to return, and they have since done so in most events. With that said, it's a wrap from my side. Don't forget to tune in to our sports show, Top Sport, with Michael Abramson, and that is from 7 till 8 p.m. Other than that, that's a wrap from my side. Dumi Kapele, Mudimukio.
Mudimukio. Quick one. So you've been married for how long now?
Just over a year.
Just over a year?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you guys were planning the wedding and the wedding day, I'm sure there's a lot of anxiety, stress, and all of those things that accompany putting together an event.
Yes.
I don't know if you heard the conversation that we just had with Godfrey and Paulina Mogale.
The one who's in hospital.
Yes. Would you do it?
What?
Would you get married to your person in, like, if you had an unfortunate situation where he couldn't be there, or there's an accident or something like that nature, would you have taken it to the hospital?
I would. I feel like he's worth it because because you never know nowadays. I was actually just telling our colleagues earlier on that life is so fragile, and if I really love this person, which I do, and I feel they're worth it, and I don't know if they'll die or not, God forbid, I'd actually do it.
You'll take it to the hospital?
I would.
Matron. Matron.
I mean, ideally, I heard them saying that they're still going to for their white wedding.
They're still going to have a celebration after.
I'm thinking, I don't know what she said. I didn't listen to the whole interview, but her thoughts are, if unfortunately he passes on, at least I would know that I married the love of my life.
Aww. Does your person know that you love him this much?
I do. I hope so.
Oh, person, I hope that you know that Tumin Khapele loves you so much that she's willing to go exchange vows in hospital.
Yep, I would.
Woof! Listen to that, hey?
I would.
Very deep. 0614-104107, and you can also drop me an X at Aldrin Sampear.
Chelsea FC is not impressed with their current position. They want to ensure Sheffield United grabs nothing at Stamford Bridge.
Raheem Sterling, the Big Dipper, Chelsea 11.
Meanwhile, Sheffield United are also not comfortable in the danger zone.
McBurney's header, and it drops into the far corner of the net.
Who will enjoy the festive season with victory? The Blues or the Blades? This is the Premier League. Catch the exhilarating clash between Chelsea FC and Sheffield United FC on Saturday, 16 December at 4 p.m. live on S3. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag we love it here. Brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Guess who's back? Back again. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? It's Fifi Peters.
For this evening only.
Oh dear Fifi Peters, we missed you so much. Welcome back. You couldn't live without us.
I couldn't stay away, but it is for this evening only, and I think it's important to clarify the host of the market update right now, Jimmy, and the team. They've been out in Gqeberha. They have been doing some important work with the province there on the Investor Roadshow. That's what they told me. I know that they're not at the stadium right now watching the SA India match, because then that would be very, very dishonest. But I do know also that they're making their way back to Johannesburg, and I'm just keeping the seat warm for Jimmy just for this evening, and he'll definitely be back tomorrow.
Yeah, interesting that you are now the one keeping the seat warm for Jimmy, and you used to be the one keeping the seat warm for the irony of it, yeah. Let's look at the mining shares hurting the JSE the most in the broad market sell-off.
Listen, digging deep into the JSE's sell-off, we have seen the likes of Anglo American finishing the day today at just over 7%. Harmony Gold following very closely to the losses that we have seen from Anglo, also finishing 6% lower. Impala Platinum down almost 6%. Sibanye Stillwater rather just under 5% lower. And this is interesting because it is on a day that we did have mining numbers coming out from Statistics South Africa actually showing that the sector grew. It expanded by just under 4% on an annual basis, and this is the best performance that the mining sector has put forward since November 2021. But of course, the major talking point on the market today was the US inflation numbers, and that has dictated the direction of markets. And I can tell you that it is a print that essentially caused most stocks to fall out of investor favor. But to tell us why, we do have Hengu Kreer, a MoneyWeb contributor for more. Hengu, such an interesting trading session because we started the day firmer. Actually, just taking the positive handover from Wall Street yesterday, and Asian markets were also firmer. Europe was firmer. And then the inflation print came out in the US and everything just fell apart. Just take us through the day that was.
Yes, Fifi, absolutely. Hi to you and Aldrin, and good evening to all the listeners. Yes, Fifi, and at this stage, like you say, that inflation print came out, but at this stage, the US stocks and the US market not moving much, still making up its mind with the Dow Jones, the S&P 500, and then NASDAQ just in the green, about 0.01% in the positive, but we'll see where that goes. And then European stocks closed quite flat this afternoon, with the FTSE 100, the DAX, and the CAC 40 barely in the green and really closing unchanged at the end of the day. A completely different picture here by us on the JSE, with the all-share index dropping 1.7% today and closing at a lower level of 72,622 points. The financial index lost 1.6%. The industrial index 0.8% down, and then the resources index 3.8%, almost 4% weaker at the end of the day. And the main reason for that, like you mentioned, Anglo today 7.2% weaker. Standard Bank lost 2.5%, First Rand 2% down, Glencore, which finished 1.6% weaker, as well as British American Tobacco and Naspers, each finishing 1% down at the end of the day. And you mentioned these mining companies, which also assured that this resources index dropped by almost 4% today. There was Harmony finishing 6.5% weaker, Implats 5.5% down, Sibanye-Stillwater finished 4.5% weaker, as well as DRD Gold finishing 4% down at the end of the day. I had to go and search long and far for some companies that gave a positive and stronger performances today. Could find a few like Telkom coming back with 3% today, and then equities, Tiger Brands, those two 2% stronger. Clicks, Italtal, and Pipcor Holdings finished the day 1.5% stronger. On the commodities market, the price of gold currently $1,984 an ounce. Silver sitting comfortably at $23 and not moving. Palladium currently trading at $973 an ounce, and platinum now standing at $914 an ounce. I like the price of Brent crude. It's going in the right direction, and that's downwards, currently sitting at $73.50 a barrel. Not the same for the rand's strength. Unfortunately, currently you'll pay 18 Rand 98, almost 19 Rand for the US dollar, 23 Rand 80 for a British pound, 20 Rand 45 for a euro, and 12 Rand 43 for an Australian dollar. Bitcoin is trading at $41,500, and that's more or less 800,000 Rand for a whole Bitcoin. Fifi, that in short is how the markets performed today, but let's see how this week ends off. In a few days, I don't know where Anglo is going to end, but it's really sinking like a rock. But let's see.
Let's see. I mean, a lot can change in a day, as you do know, Hengu, but thanks so much for that recap. As for the market update today, so we'll drill into the U.S. inflation basket a little bit more detail, and just find out exactly what this does mean for markets and money, especially as the U.S. Federal Reserve is expected to make its rates decision tomorrow. We are talking about Bitcoin. Hengu did mention the price of Bitcoin right now. It's increased by 170% since January. In fact, it's one of the best performing investments, if you do look at it as an investment, because, I mean, the jury is out on whether it is or not, but we'll find out where to next for Bitcoin after it has had a great 2023. The COP28 climate change conference is supposed to be wrapping up today, but I see that there's a bit of disagreements around language regarding the phasing out of fossil fuels. So we're talking about coal, we're talking about oil, and we'll find out from a lady who was in attendance at COP28 just some of the key takeaways that we should be mindful of. And it's Tuesday, and certain things don't change, and so we are focusing on the property market and finding out why it's good to be a landlord right now, just given what vacancies across the country have been doing in the past 11 months of the year. 12 months, actually. But those are some of the conversations we're having on the market update in just a few. Aldrin, back to you.
Do enjoy your seat.
For the last time.
That you're keeping warm.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Fifi Peters is back again just after 6 o'clock, and she's in this time around for Jimmy Moyaha. So it's the other way around. 0614-104107. You can drop me an X at Aldrin Sampear. Our studio line is 086 0002032. An interesting question that just came to mind while having a discussion with the team here off air following the interview with the Mohale couple is, if there is a death of a close family member, whether it is a mom, a dad, a sister, a very close uncle or close aunt, or sometimes even a child, does the wedding go ahead? 0614-104107, and you can also drop me an X at Aldrin Sampear.
The only talk radio afternoon drive show that makes sense. Beyond the Headline with Aldrin Sampear, right here on SAFM.
Let's quickly conclude the conversation that we started just earlier on before we went to the news headlines with Siyabonga Mitane, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Slicker on Live. Siyabonga, thank you once again for your indulgence. So the point that you raised before we went to the headlines was the joint venture, but you're also speaking about whether it is fair or not. Is a joint venture fair?
I mean, it depends what kind of support you have to do the auditing for your accounting. So, obviously, when you're an artist, you wouldn't have that. So, I wouldn't completely say it's fair. You know, a lot of artists complain about never getting anything from joint ventures. In my experience, I've hardly seen any that has got anything, right? Because when they audit the books, they say nothing was made, right? So that's a typical pain in the agreements that are normally out there. And then you also have what you call a licensing deal. Now, a licensing deal, which is the last one I'm going to talk about, a licensing deal is basically like you giving a label the rights to license your music, your imagery. So you can sign an artist. You can sign an artist in your licensing deal. So you know, when maybe and I'm not sure what they were alluding to earlier on when you're talking about the one artist, but you might find that they signed through another company that signed through another company, and that company is also offering their own deal, whether it be an artist deal, whether it be a licensing deal, it could be one of the deals they're offering. So when you sign through another person, obviously your money gets less. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So things like that are things that literally are pains in the industry because people don't know where to start. Right, the information is not there, unfortunately, you know.
Mm-hmm. What would your advice then be based on your experience when it comes to going into a record deal? I'm young, I want to have my own music out there. I'm talented, I'm gifted, and I've had a couple of record labels that have approached me. What is it that you think that I should be looking into? And what sort of deal would you say that actually this is where the sweet spot is at?
I always tell guys who are about to go sign with like big companies, especially if they're still on their way up. I always tell them that, like, you know, if like they're gonna be hot, the company's gonna chase them tomorrow. If they're not gonna be hot tomorrow, the company is gonna be not interested. So before they make a decision on signing with a big company, they gotta see if they've done everything that they can do themselves to make them hot, especially on social media. So the most important thing is try to do as much as you can to make yourself to build your equity rather, right? And when you have built your equity, when someone offers you a deal and they're chasing you, that means that you have some type of value. Now that's your opportunity to start reaching out to people, even lawyers, to say you need this type of help because now you have built the value. So right now we're at a time where you can build your momentum and you can actually like almost structure your deal based on your momentum with all the independent distribution platforms out there that are actually giving you the data of how well you're performing. And you don't have to be a rocket science to see if you got like 5 million streams and the guy that's signed to a label has got 2 million streams, you already know independently your value and what conversation you should be having, you know?
And when it comes to the music rights and the licensing?
Music rights, very important, like go to Samro, go to Capasso, go to Samro, Sampra, register all the music that you're doing in any studio that you're working in. Make sure that like there are split sheets. This is almost like theory that you have to also manage yourself. You know, if you don't manage this yourself, you open up a crack for people to exploit you. So make sure that if you're going to get into a studio, you've got the split sheet and you're registering what owns and have a discussion, even if you guys are not doing it in the vibes of the studio. But the next day, make the call. If you have a manager, that's your manager's job. Like if your manager's not doing that and he's just booking shows, you need to fire them. But what you need to do if you have a manager, that's his job. If not, you must do that the next day because that song you thought you were playing with tomorrow blows up and then it becomes Jerusalem and you never did split sheets because you were having fun and you guys forgot to do that. You forgot to do the theory. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you guys having fun and then the music blows up and your name is not attached to the music rights. But thank you so much, Siyabonga Mitani there, Chief Executive Officer of Slicker on Live. 0614-104-107. You can also drop me an X at Aldrin Sampear. Our studio line is 086-000-2032.
Hey, Captain. No, man, the only thing we know, the wedding doesn't stop. No matter who's passed away, even if it's one of the couple passed away, the wedding continues, Baba.
Hi, Adrian. How are you? Death is something that we should respect because we are mourning somebody we will never see. Wedding can be postponed. We will not mourn forever. We can just wait, then finish with the funeral, then come back to the wedding. Maybe cultures differs, but according to me, this is my opinion. Thank you, Lawrence Genti, Cape Town.
Yeah, Lawrence, you also need to take into consideration the money that is spent on putting the event, which is the wedding, together. Amanda on X says, culturally, I've heard that no, but my uncle passed away 3 days before my wedding. My favorite uncle, that is. My husband and I postponed by months to allow us to mourn. He too was close to my uncle. How does one celebrate while still mourning a loved one? Exactly. Because both are really intense emotions that you're experiencing. Lou Tladi is saying that absolutely yes, the wedding was planned way back and the funeral not. Otherwise, you will keep on postponing if you don't stick to what you have planned. If stop means there wasn't a wedding after all, that is Khangi. And Don't Go Jason says that if it's the same week, a postponement is understandable. Otherwise, the wedding should continue. We've come to the end of our voyage. Thank you so much for choosing Flight SAFM BTH 326 with me, Aldrin Sampear. Today, we're playing out with the late Zahara Pendula. And our parting shot is from Roy T. Bennett, who once said, "You need to have faith in yourself, be brave and take risks. You don't have to have it all figured out to move forward." And our credits this evening are read by Michael.
Bing bong! Thank you for choosing BTH Airlines. We want to thank Aldrin Sampear behind the mic, Tumi Nkapele on the sports desk, and we would like to thank the production team, Temba, Kanya, Busani, Patrick, and Lundi. Thank you for choosing BTH Headlines, and I hope you have a great evening.
Aldrin Sampear on Beyond the Headline.
And remember to love each other and lead with compassion. Dotsins, enjoy the rest of your evening.
Singamile ngokwethu awusinikela uwe singamile ngokwethu awusinikela uwe singamile ngokwethu awusinikela uwe singamile ngokwethu awuphendula phendula umhlaba wonke ujonge kuwe inhlupeko yethu yaziwa nguwe